Chapter 412. Yu Shu trotted to the tree. Under the gaze of a dozen pairs of eyes, she bowed to the old man under the tree. As soon as she lowered her head, she heard the old man say angrily, "I was playing the guqin just now. Why were you sneaking on the bridge?" Yu Shu was speechless. Since when was she sneaking around? "Academician Fong, you misunderstood me. I am a freshman this year. Today, I came to see you. I happened to hear you playing the guqin. I was afraid to disturb you, so I waited on the bridge." After listening to Yu Shu's explanation, Fong Zijing looked much better. He put his hands behind his back and looked at her. Then he narrowed his slender eyes and said, "Are you Hyde One on this year's list of strange arts?" Yu Shu raised her head in surprise and looked at the old man with a slightly hunched back, gray hair, and a goatee. He looked ordinary. She had never seen him before. How did he recognize her? "Yes, I am Yu Shu." Yu Shu thought that Academician Fong was said to be against Han Wenguang. The good thing she did at the end of last month in Wangji building had probably spread in LoveLore Library. This old man should have a good impression of her. Unexpectedly, as soon as she admitted it, Fong Zijing pulled a long face and shouted in a deep voice, "So you are the arrogant female fortune-teller who has no respect for her elders." As soon as Fong Zijing lost his temper, the students who were originally sitting around got up one after another. One by one, they lowered their heads and stood aside in silence. Fong Zijing, who was over 60 years old, was the old master of the Fong family, one of the 12 aristocratic families in Anling. 30 years ago, he was a famous grade E master in the top 3 lists in the capital. In terms of background, only 2 of the 18 academicians in the entire LoveLore Library could compare with him. Being pointed at and scolded for no reason, Yu Shu frowned. Seeing Fong Zijing's fierce eyes and angry face, she felt confused and stared at him for a few times. Then she took a step back and raised her hand. "Yu Shu is not talented. I don't deserve your praise of arrogant and disrespectful." "What? Did I accuse you wrongly?" Fong Zijing said coldly, "Didn't you compete with Academician Han Wenguang's disciples a while ago? Forcefully snatching someone else's imperial seal and even asking them to acknowledge you as their teacher. Where do you put their teacher, Academician Han? If this isn't disrespect for your elders and arrogance, then what is? Since you are so arrogant, why do you need to come to the LoveLore Library to study? A student like you. Who dares to teach you? I'm afraid that in the future, you will be like a farmer with a snake. Who knows, one day, you will bite back. You should go. This old man can't teach you." After listening to the scolding, Yu Shu and Fong Zijing looked at each other for a moment. Their faces were calm and they did not leave in a huff. Instead, he sneered and said calmly, "Academician Fong, please calm down and listen to me. It's not too late to kick me out. Old Diviner Han is indeed a senior of virtue and prestige, and I have absolutely no disrespect towards him in the slightest. However, it was his disciples who came to provoke me, and they seized the opportunity of my joyous banquet to propose to have a competition with me. It was obvious that they had malicious intentions, and if I lost, then my reputation would be swept to the ground. How could I not be angry at such sinister intentions?" At this point, she paused for a moment. She glanced at the dozen of new and old students standing around who were listening attentively. Her face showed helplessness. "Therefore, I was angry and took their imperial seals after winning as a punishment. As for who I wanted to accept as a disciple, this was nonsense. It was just a joke. How could you believe other people's nonsense? In your eyes, putting aside those rumors, just look at me and see if I'm the kind of person who disrespects my elders and is arrogant." After saying that, she looked at Fong Zijing innocently. Her quiet and delicate face did not look like an arrogant person from any angle. Fong Zijing looked at her carefully from head to toe. His complexion gradually improved. After a moment, he nodded and raised his hand to stroke his goatee. He said seriously, "Sure enough, you can't believe all the rumors. From your face, you don't look like the kind of scoundrel who forgets righteousness at the sight of profit. You're just a little stubborn. It's not a bad thing. Just now, he criticized Yushu to be useless, but now he was pleasing to the eye." Everyone present only thought that Academician Fong had an eccentric temper. Yushu smiled obediently. She stepped forward and held the small gift. She lowered her head and said, "I have many shortcomings. I hope Academician Fong will teach me in the future." Fong Zijing looked at Yushu's head, and a trace of satisfaction flashed through his eyes. He reached out to accept her gift of greeting a teacher. His voice was still a little stiff. "I have always been a strict person. You must remember not to violate the rules of this study garden. Otherwise, I will be the first to kick you out." "I'll remember it." In this way, on the 7th day of Yushu's admission, she encountered a lot of obstacles. Finally, she paid her respects to an academician and officially entered the school. However, she missed today's class. That's all for this morning's class. When you go back, find a musician to play a piece and see if it's what I said. You can leave now. Fong Zijing motioned the students who came to listen to the morning class to leave, but he stopped someone. "Qinglan, come here." Yushu turned her head and saw a young woman in a light yellow dress with her hair in a bun coming from the scattered crowd. Seeing Yushu looking at her, she smiled at her with kindness. "Grandpa." Hearing the address, Yushu knew the relationship between this woman and Fong Zijing. She secretly thought that everyone in LoveLore Library really had a background. Fong Zijing pointed to Yushu and said to his granddaughter, "Give her a copy of the book list and explain it to her." "Okay, I got it." After Fong Zijing finished, he looked at Yushu again and bent down to pick up the zither on the mat. He hummed an unknown tune and walked toward the garden step by step with his back hunched. Yushu turned around and saw the woman in front of her, who was 2 years older than her, bowing to her. "Situ Qinglan, a 7th class grade E master, greets the fortune teller." Yushu had been in LoveLore Library for a few days. Most of the people of her age were 8th or 9th class grade E masters. This was the first 7th class grade E master who was so young. Not only that, judging from her clothes, she should be a student who entered LoveLore Library 3 years ago. "I'm new here and don't know much." "Thank you, Miss Situ. My surname is Yu. You can call me directly. Miss Yu is too polite." Situ Qinglan readily led her to an empty mat and sat down. While rolling up her sleeves to grind the ink, she turned her head to talk to Yushu. "Miss Yu, please don't take grandfather's angry words to heart. In fact, he has long heard of you. There is no champion on this year's list of magical arts. As a Hyde one, you are actually first. Grandfather has taught magical arts in LoveLore Library for more than 10 years. Every time after the Dian examination, he is very protective of the students who come in from the magical arts course. He is afraid that someone will go astray. Miss Yu, please don't mind me talking too much. Do you know that grandfather reprimanded you just now? Is it because of the rumors about you in the library these days?" Yushu shook her head. She didn't know, but she could guess some things. Situ Qinglan sighed softly and said sincerely, "I'm quite well informed in the inner courtyard. I heard that you went to see a few academicians a few days ago and they all refused to see you. There are a total of 18 academicians in LoveLore Library, and half of them are on good terms with Academician Han. If you offend him, half of them won't accept you even if he doesn't say anything. However, the other half of them will listen to bad rumors about you. Even if they are willing to accept you, they may not teach you wholeheartedly. Grandfather knows this. So today, I deliberately made things difficult for you in front of everyone. It's obviously a rebuke, but it's actually for you. It's for the other half of the academicians to see." Does Miss Yu understand that grandfather cherishes talent? She looked up at Yu Shu and saw that Yu Shu had a peaceful smile on her face. She was stunned for a moment and seemed to realize something. In the next moment, she blushed and said, "It seems that I made an unnecessary move. Miss Yu is very perceptive." No matter what, thank you for telling me the truth. It's my good fortune to meet Academician Fong today. Yu Shu understood, but she still thanked Situ Qinglan solemnly. However, only she knew how grateful she was in her heart. After getting Fong Zijing's book list and confirming the time of his lecture, Yu Shu said goodbye to Situ Qinglan. She went to the Philosopher's Building and flipped through the ancient records for an hour. When she noticed that the sky outside was dark and cloudy, she remembered that it would rain today. She didn't bring an umbrella with her. If she didn't hurry back to the women's dormitory, she would be trapped here when the rain came. So, Yu Shu quickly put the book in her hand back on the bookshelf, patted the dust on her hands, and walked out quickly. When she walked to the door, she saw an old man with gray hair and plain clothes. He looked like a servant. He was holding a thick stack of books, which almost covered half of his face. He walked in unsteadily and looked like he was about to fall in the next moment. Yu Shu hesitated and went forward. She stretched out her hand and said, "Old man, I'll help you get some." Unexpectedly, the old man didn't appreciate it and turned around to avoid her. The stack of books was shaking and the umbrella under his arm almost hit Yu Shu's fingers. "Ahem, there's no need." The old man's voice was hoarse and unpleasant as if there was phlegm in his throat. Yu Shu didn't want to talk to him, so she turned around and left. After walking for a distance, she vaguely remembered that she seemed to have seen the old man holding the books in the Tower of Tao before. It was the time when she sneaked in with Feng Zhaomiao. A rumbling thunder interrupted Yu Shu's thoughts. She quickened her pace and ran towards the girls' dormitory, but she was still a little late. Halfway there, it began to rain. This heavy downpour was like a torrential downpour. Yu Shu's face was drenched and she didn't dare to rush forward. She looked left and right and saw that there were walls on both sides of the corridor. Only the drooping flower gate in front of her could shelter her from the rain, so she quickly ran over. Standing under the eaves, Yu Shu wiped the water off her face and shook her sleeves. She covered her mouth and sneezed, wetting her head and shoulders. Her hair curled and fell on her cheeks. It was sticky and she looked a little embarrassed. She crossed her arms and looked up at the falling raindrops. Just as she was lost in thought, two figures appeared in her line of sight. They were holding umbrellas and walking side by side in the heavy rain. One was in white and the other in yellow. She gradually narrowed her eyes and watched the two people walk to the door, go up the steps, and open the umbrellas. Their eyes met without warning. The surprise in Jing Chen's eyes only stopped for a moment. His eyes quickly swept over Yu Shu's body. His eyes moved, and the next moment, he turned to the person next to him. He handed over the umbrella in his hand and said in a clear voice, "Your umbrella, thank you." Ji Xingxuan looked at Yu Shu and reached out to take the umbrella handle. The corner of her mouth under the veil slightly raised. "Academician Jing is too polite." Yu Shu leaned against the doorpost with her arms crossed. She watched Jing Chen, who turned a blind eye to her, walk into the rain. He flashed a few times and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "Is Swansea going back to the women's dormitory? Why don't you go with me so that you don't get wet?" Ji Xingxuan shook the water on the umbrella. It was rare to see Yu Shu take the initiative to talk these days. Yu Shu put down her arms and walked to her in 2 steps. Her eyes were cold. She raised an index finger and poked at Ji Xingxuan's heart. Chapter 413. I don't care what you are up to. Hide your tail and don't let me catch it again. Next time, I will peel your skin. Yu Shu's expressionless warning is chilling. Ji Xingxuan's eyelids tremble. She turns around without saying a word, opens the paper umbrella in her hand and steps into the rain. Under the cold gaze of Yushu, she suddenly stops in the rain and turns around. Through the curtain of rain, she takes a deep look at Yushu. Yushu returns to the girls' dormitory in the heavy rain. She is wet all over. Fortunately, there are clean clothes in the room. She takes off her clothes quickly while sneezing and puts on her inner clothes. She unties her wet hair and wrings it a few times. She sits on the bed wrapped in a quilt. Her cold hands and feet slowly warm up. Her mind keeps replaying the complicated look in Ji Xingxuan's eyes in the rain. It is neither timid nor resentful. There is an inexplicable sense of incongruity that puzzles her. Although Shui Rui has not confirmed it, she has made it clear that the person who passed the note to Chao Yiling and framed Jing Qin for seducing the female student to death was Ji Xingxuan. Under such circumstances, when she sees Jing Qin and Ji Xingxuan sharing an umbrella in the rain, she almost subconsciously believes that Ji Xingxuan is deliberately approaching Jing Qin. However, she wasn't sure what Ji Xingxuan would do next, so when she warned Ji Xingxuan, it wasn't because she was hot-headed, but because she wanted to force Ji Xingxuan to give herself away. However, her performance was too calm, and she didn't look like an accomplice or murderer at all. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee, the sound of rain outside the window gradually subsides. Yushu puts on her clothes and coils her half-dry hair behind her head. She walks out of the room with doubts in her heart. She lingers in the corridor for a while and walks into the yard when the rain stops completely. As soon as she stepped out of the female dormitory, she heard someone calling her name. She turned around and saw Shui Rui walking towards her from the side of the mountain wall. He was holding an oil paper umbrella in his hand, and there were no guards following behind him. "Did you get wet in the rain?" Shui Rui frowned. He noticed that Yushu had changed her clothes and her hair was damp. "If you don't have an umbrella, why don't you find a place to hide?" Yushu said helplessly, "It suddenly rained on my way back. It was such a big battle, so I just ran back." As she spoke, she unintentionally lowered her head and saw that Shui Rui's boots were wet and his clothes were stained with mud. Judging from the color, she knew that he had walked in the heavy rain. He didn't come out because the rain was getting lighter, so he asked in bewilderment, "It was raining so heavily just now. Where did you go?" "My shoes are so wet." Hearing her subconscious question, Shui Rui secretly felt helpless. Where else could he go? It was raining heavily and he remembered that she did not have an umbrella, so he went to look for her. He had gone to several places in the library. Finally, he found the female dormitory, but he didn't expect that she would run back in the rain. "I accidentally stepped in a puddle." Shui Rui didn't want to admit that he foolishly looked for her everywhere. So he diverted her attention. "Have you seen Academician Fong?" Yushu nodded, still staring at his wet shoes, thinking that it must be uncomfortable for him to soak his feet like this, so she said, "I have." "Are you still in the library?" "Let's go back to Wangji Tower for lunch. I will tell you on the way." "I'm fine. Let's go back and talk." In fact, Shui Rui didn't need to stay in Taisher Library from morning to night. There were many officials under him. None of them did nothing. According to the progress of the case, he only needed to wait for the news to be passed to the people to ask questions. He came every day just to spend more time with her. Of course, these words couldn't be said directly to Yushu. Otherwise, according to his understanding of her, she would definitely not be moved. What he got in return was definitely not being moved, but rolling his eyes. On the way, there were only two of them in the carriage. Yushu unscrupulously told Shui Rui about the process of her waiting for Fang Zijing. In the end, she repeated Situ Qinglan's original words to explain Fang Zijing's painstaking explanation. Then she pretended to sigh with emotion. "If it weren't for Academician Fang's attention, I'm afraid that I, an arrogant junior, wouldn't be able to meet a teacher in Taisher Library." Shui Rui smiled slightly and said, if it weren't for your cleverness, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to meet Academician Fang." These words weren't false. Shui Rui had only heard of Fang Zijing, yet he'd never met him. But since Fang Zijing was able to stand on equal footing with Han Wenguang, who was well liked in the world in the Imperial Historian Library, he was surely an old fox. Reprimanding Yu Shu in public was not so much to help Yu Shu get rid of those rumors, but it was a kind of test. If Yu Shu's reaction was not as he expected, he would not only not accept this student, but also add fuel to the fire, making her situation more difficult. Sure enough, brother is a sensible person. More than once, Yu Shu felt that it was easy and effortless to talk to Shui Rui. For some things, she didn't need to explain, and he could understand. Now that I've met Fang Zijing, I still want to find another academician who is proficient in astrology. I'm not in a hurry for other things. Yu Shu wanted to study the chaotic sky divination record, and it was inevitable that she would be tired reading alone. Jing Chen, who had originally promised to teach her, stood her up. Fortunately, Taisher Library was a good place. The 18 academicians all had their own strengths, and pleasing one or two of them was enough for her to benefit a lot. It's good that you have a plan. After talking about this matter, the carriage arrived at Wangji Restaurant. As usual, the two entered from the backyard and went back to their respective rooms to tidy up. Yu Shu asked the maid to comb her hair again, and went downstairs to find Shui Rui. As soon as she entered the room, she saw him sitting at the table, holding a few pieces of paper in his hand and looking at them with a serious expression. Yu Shu sensed something and closed the door behind her. She walked over and asked, "Did you find out?" There were more than 30 students under Jing Chen's tutelage, who had interacted with the dead Chao Yuling, and who were proficient in physiognomy. Shui Rui put down the paper, pressed his fist on it, and said a name in a deep voice. As Yu Shu had expected, only her. That's her. After confirming this, Shui Rui went along with the flow and analyzed. According to our earlier guesses, the culprit was targeting Jing Chen and framing him, so it wouldn't be excessive for Ji Xingxuan to be a suspect. After all, the case of Ji Huaishan committing suicide to escape punishment was caused by Jing Chen, and resentment arose in her heart because of this, so she wanted to seize the opportunity to take revenge. But he changed the topic with suspicion in his eyes. Obviously, she didn't kill the murderer herself. If she is the mastermind, she must have hired the murderer. With only a note, it's impossible to frame Jing Chen as the murderer. At most, he will be suspected. In addition, Jing Chen is a daozi. If the murderer can't be caught in the end, Jing Chen will not be used as a substitute. In this way, she killed Chao Yuling just to smear a basin of dirty water on Jing Chen. Don't you think it's too much to make a fuss? Ji Xingxuan was not a crazy murderer. On the contrary, she was very smart and rational. Was it necessary to take the risk of hiring a murderer to ruin Jing Chen's reputation? Yu Shu thought about it and sat down opposite him. She said slowly, "I saw Ji Xingxuan and Jing Chen walking together in the book garden this morning." Shui Rui raised his eyelids in surprise and stared fixedly at her expression. His first reaction was that he was worried that she would be sad. Others didn't know, but he'd watched helplessly as she once went through fire and water for that man. Thinking of that scene, Yu Shu couldn't help but frown. She didn't notice Shui Rui's strange eyes and said hesitantly, "I also feel strange." On the one hand, she plotted against Jing Chen, and on the other hand, she approached Jing Chen. What is she planning? Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He raised his hand and rubbed his chin. Suddenly, he stood up and walked a few steps in the room. He vaguely thought of some connection. When he was about to grasp the key point, he heard Yu Shu suddenly hit the table. He turned around and saw her shocked face. Could it be that the group of people who framed Jing Chen have hooked up with Ji Xingxuan? Shui Rui was suddenly enlightened, and his eyes flickered as he looked at her, then he lowered his voice and spoke on her behalf. So perhaps Ji Xingxuan isn't the mastermind, and she's only an accomplice. Yu Shu nodded excitedly and stood up. After Jing Chen's identity was revealed, the days were peaceful. She almost forgot that the group of people who put silver needles in Jing Chen's acupoints were secretly watching them. In this way, it made sense. Chao Yiling wasn't killed by Ji Xingxuan, so she, who was ruthless enough, didn't have the apprehension that a murderer should have. The most important thing was that Chao Yiling was dead. No one could prove that Ji Xingxuan was the one who handed the note to her. She could sit back and watch from the sidelines. Damn it. Yu Shu realized this and couldn't help but feel annoyed. I don't have any concrete evidence. Just based on the results of my divination, I can't identify her at all. Otherwise, you could have captured her and tortured her. The Dutton dynasty was good at doing things. But when it came to judging and arresting people, it was important to have real evidence. Even when Jing Qin was monitored by Shui Rui, there was that note as evidence. Compared to Yu Shu's annoyance, Shui Rui was in a dilemma at this time. Not for anything else, but because there might be a bigger implication behind this murder case. Last year, the emperor had asked Prince Ning to investigate the assassination of Dozi. But after a few months, there was no progress. Now he found some clues. He didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Don't worry, Shui Rui calmly said to Yu Shu, this is just a guess. If we act rashly, we will only alert the enemy. Didn't you say that Ji Xingxuan has the intention to get close to Jing Qin? If there is someone behind her, there will be more actions. Let's wait and see for her to reveal herself. Yu Shu wanted to say something but stopped. It was better to wait and see. But Xia Jiangmin's dream indicated that someone would be killed soon. Her intuition told her that the woman in pink who was pushed down the stairs had something to do with this murder case. Maybe it was done by this group of cruel people. She really wanted to tell Shui Rui about her worries so that he could think of a countermeasure together with her. However, she had no way to explain where she learned about the judgment of fortune and misfortune, as well as life and death. This was an extraordinary ability that could only be obtained after one had reached the pinnacle of the Yi study. She could not betray Xia Jiangmin, and she could not force herself to lie and say that it was the result of her divination. Shui Rui saw her uneasy expression and misunderstood that she was worried about Jing Chen's safety. He envied Jing Chen that she was worried about, but he still comforted her, you don't have to worry about Jing Chen. He is now under the emperor's rule and has the royal family's protection. No matter what happens, there will be someone to take care of it. Yu Shu reluctantly twitched the corner of her mouth. She didn't explain that what she was most worried about was not the safety of Jing Chen, but the next girl who was going to die. Chapter 414. Although Yu Shu was apprenticed to Fang Zijing, the academicians of Taisha Shuyuan did not have classes all day. Fang Zijing arranged his lectures on Friday, Sunday, and Sunday of every month. There were 9 classes in a month. The rest of the days depended on the preferences of the academicians. Yu Shu just entered the school yesterday, which happened to be on the 9th day of the new year. Fang Zijing's next class was on the 15th day. There were 5 or 6 days in between. She couldn't be idle. The next day, she went to visit academician Sima, who was proficient in astrology. He was the one Axayan Lu had apprenticed to before. Presumably, the news that she was reprimanded by Fang Zijing and accepted into the school had been spread out. When academician Sima saw her, he simply asked her a few questions and naturally recorded her under his name. He also gave her a book list and asked her to go back and prepare it. Then she would come back to attend the lecture. At this point, Yu Shu finally achieved the initial goal of being admitted into the school. She recognized a master of magic arts and astrology. She only needed to study in the future. The book list given by the 2 academicians was very messy. There were more than 20 books, only 2 or 3 of which she had read before. Most of the books were even unfamiliar to her. The 4 collections must have them in stock, but it was too time-consuming to copy them one by one. The most convenient way was to go to the Dei store to buy them. She just needed to pay some money. Shui Rui knew that Yushu was going to the street to buy books, so he naturally went with her. Yushu didn't want to be followed everywhere, so she said to him, "Brother, aren't you still solving the case? Why don't you go to track the clues? Why do you go out with me? Aren't you afraid that someone will say that you are not doing proper work?" Shui Rui didn't wear an official robe today. He wore a deep green dress and a hairpin. He looked like an elegant scholar. He shook the handle of his fan and said to her, "Who said that I am not doing proper work? I am following you, the witness." Yushu had always been helpless against people who were more shameless than her. Finally, she let him follow her. After lunch, they went out from the backyard of the Wangji building to the Dei store of the Axayan family. The first time was unfamiliar, the second time was familiar. The two of them did it again. There was already a sharp-eyed waiter in the hall who recognized it. Yena ran to find the supervisor. Just like last time, Yushu handed the list to the steward and suggested that they go to the treasure pavilion at the back to have a look. In fact, he was thinking about the antique academician Axayan whom he had met for the first time. To Yushu's disappointment, the old man didn't come today. Other than a few honored guests, there were only 2 Yi-Shi who were in charge of the whole. Shui Rui saw through her thoughts. There was an 80% chance that she was still concerned about the origins of that sword and wanted to get close to the Axayan clan's ancestor. He rolled his eyes and deliberately said, "Miss Axayan Lu was scared and went back home to rest. She went back home to see if she was better." Yushu blinked twice. She immediately said, "There are many things to do these few days. Tomorrow, I will find some time to visit her." Yushu, I. And I have, and has not. By yet, I said. Is. Shui Rui smiled. He pointed to a shelf on the west wall. "Mrs. He gave birth to a son." Yushu didn't stand on ceremony. She took the lead and walked over. With her hands behind her back, she swept her eyes across the dazzling objects of riches and splendor on the shelves. To her dismay, she found that she couldn't recognize many of them. For example, there was a white jade brush. It looked like a rabbit's hair. The surface was engraved with strange patterns. She didn't know if it was to ward off evil or to make it more elegant. She pointed to the brush and said to Shui Rui, "I think this is good." Shui Rui followed the direction of her hand and glanced at it, then he shook his head and said, "This belongs to Chongwen. Often placed on a desk can make people concentrate and calm their minds, but it is not suitable for children." Yushu rubbed her nose and shifted her gaze. She saw a short bowl with white glaze and brown colors. At the bottom of the bowl, there were a few grains of fine jade milled grains. It looked like it could bring wealth and treasures. But it also seemed to have other uses. "I'll take this one." It was a good deal. Shui Rui looked at it and shook his head. "This is one of the 6 objects of Bhikkhu. It is passed down from Buddhism. It is placed in the dining room for children to play with after meals. It is good for the elderly. It is not suitable for children." Yushu was blinded by 2 objects. She pointed to a stone sculpture high up. "What about this? This Tai Lake stone egg is good. It can be placed in the baby's room. It can suppress fire. But this is a dry stone from Wuxing. It is not as good as the water stone." Yushu couldn't help but feel depressed as she listened to Shui Rui's explanation that was clear and logical. Even though she was someone that learned the basics, she was an operator that ranked 3rd in the top 2 rankings at any rate, yet she wasn't as knowledgeable as this young master, Shui Rui, towards the treasures of the 5 elements. Shui Rui then noticed her strange expression. He thought for a while and smiled. He lowered his head and said to her, "When I was young, I loved to play with things. I visited all the famous buildings in Enling City, so I could recognize most of the strange things. Because of this, I was scolded by my grandfather many times. Once I secretly bought a bronze lion at a sky-high price and recorded it in the public account. When my grandfather found out, he punished me to clean the 2 pairs of stone lions in front of the minister's mansion for a month. Ruelin and Chier also found a group of people to surround me every day, which made me lose face." Pfft. The sound of laughter didn't come from Yushu's mouth. Instead, it came from behind them. Yushu and Shui Rui turned around at the same time, and they saw a young woman of just the right age had suddenly appeared a few steps away. She wore a crimson-violet dress, had a graceful figure, held a silkworm fan in her hand, and a pair of buns on her head. Light violet silk hung down from her ears, her brows were graceful, her eyes were bright, and her lips were vermilion. She was lightly puckered up into a wisp of a sweet smile as she looked at them with a slightly shy expression, and her face was slightly red as if she couldn't help but laugh because of her rudeness from before. Yushu was curious about which family this beautiful girl came from. Then she saw the maid next to the girl in purple standing in front of her. The girl hurriedly covered half of her face with her fan. Only a pair of big smiling eyes could be seen. She bowed her head slightly and said, "Mr. Shui." Yushu's brows raised as she turned around to look at Shui Rui, yet she noticed his gaze flickered, and in the blink of an eye, his humor from before had withdrawn, and he'd changed into an unfamiliar and courteous expression as he nodded to the young miss and said, "Miss Rui." "Miss Rui." Yushu quickly thought of Rui's mansion of Zhongyong and Ruilin, who was a good friend of Shui Rui. He was the brother-in-law of junior supervisor Ren Qiming, who went to the Celestial Commissioner's office with Shui Rui and Lu Tan to save her. Miss Rui raised her eyes and looked at Shui Rui. She was still covering her face with her fan. It seemed that young ladies of prestigious families like her had been abiding by etiquette since childhood. They were not as casual as the ladies of aristocratic families. When they saw a man with a different surname, they had to be more reserved. She didn't speak, and Shui Rui didn't speak either. The atmosphere became subtle. Yushu stood there foolishly for a while. She glanced at Shui Rui and then at Miss Rui. She didn't wait for the two to speak. She coughed and said to Shui Rui, "Big brother, who is this young lady?" It wasn't that she wanted to get to know the young lady. It was just that she couldn't just stand there. She had to find something to talk about. Shui Rui glanced at Yushu and said, "This is the young lady of Count Zhongyong's mansion." "Oh," Yushu smiled at Miss Rui, "so it's Miss Rui." After listening to Shui Rui's introduction, Miss Rui nodded at Yushu and said in a clear voice, "May I know this young master's surname?" She couldn't be blamed for not recognizing Yushu as a man. She could only blame Yushu for being drenched in the rain yesterday. The clothes she brought out weren't dry yet. Today, she was wearing a light short robe, a belt, and her hair was tied up. Her eyebrows were long and her eyes were bright. She had the style of a young man. Her voice was bright and clear, not like a girl's gentle voice. Yushu saw that Shui Rui didn't plan to speak, so she didn't correct her. She said, "My surname is Yu. Mr. Yu." They got to know each other and didn't have anything to say. Yushu was wondering why Shui Rui, who was always talkative, suddenly became mute. She heard him say, "We still have something to do. Don't go first." As he spoke, Shui Rui took large strides and walked past young Miss Rui in a few steps. When Yushu saw this, she could only hastily bid her farewell to young Miss Rui before catching up to him with quick strides. The girl in purple turned around and watched their figures disappear behind the curtain. Her eyes dimmed and she asked the maid beside her softly, "Yin Wu, do you think Mr. Shui is tired of me?" The maid naturally protected her master and denied, "Miss, don't think too much." When he saw me, he didn't even smile and didn't say a word. Isn't that annoying? The girl smiled bitterly. Her slightly furrowed eyebrows were very lovable. The maid hurriedly said, "I don't think so. Didn't you see that there was an outsider beside young Master Shui just now? I think that Mr. Yu doesn't look like a steady person. Young Master, she must be afraid of offending you, so he didn't say much." The girl turned her head and asked doubtfully, "Really?" The maid nodded vigorously and the girl's face brightened up again. She looked in the direction that Shui Rui left. When they arrived at the great exchange hall, the manager had already prepared the books and miscellaneous things that Yu Shu wanted and sent them to the horse carriage outside. As usual, they didn't take any money. Yu Shu didn't mind. She walked out of the great exchange hall and asked Shui Rui, "Big brother, you can go if you have something to do. I'll walk around nearby." The street where the Axian family's great exchange hall was located was very lively. There were gambling houses, tea houses, music houses, restaurants, and all kinds of entertainment. Shui Rui saw that she took the opportunity to chase him away. He glared at her and said, "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you in case you run into some bad guys." Yu Shu was puzzled. "Didn't you say that you had something to do inside?" Shui Rui was speechless. He was just trying to brush her off. Why did she believe him? Yu Shu interrupted Shui Rui. Seeing his confused face, she secretly laughed in her heart and pretended to be considerate. "If Big Brother is worried about me, you can ask old Chui to send me. You go to the street corner and hire a sedan chair. If you have something to do, go and do it quickly. Don't delay." Shui Rui was hesitating on how to justify himself. His sharp eyes saw the slyness flashing in her eyes. He immediately understood that he was fooled by her. He didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh. In the end, he said helplessly, "Why would I have anything to do? I'll be accompanying you. Don't make a fuss." Yu Shu snorted softly and turned around to walk across the street. She muttered in her heart, "Who's making a fuss?" She even forgot to buy a gift for her little brother when she saw a beautiful girl. Shui Rui looked at her back and secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, she didn't ask about Miss Rui. Otherwise, he really didn't know how to answer her. Chapter 4:15. Accompanied by Shui Rui, Yu Shu saw the gambling place in the north of the city for the first time. On the second floor of a large gambling house, there was a group of unusual gamblers. There was no overwhelming stench of sweat, nor were there any loud curses. This place was more like a place for a tea party. It was clean and orderly. Whether it was the banker or the guests, they all adhered to the most basic principles of rest and recuperation. Even credit was not allowed. Yu Shu had seen several different gambling situations. There was the hanging sign in Yang City, the guessing game in the south of the city, and the gambling masters in the north of the city played all kinds of games. It was not limited to arithmetic. There was betting on the sun, gambling on breaking the formation of the chess cage, gambling on blind guessing, and even gambling on people's physiognomy. Of course, the big boss behind the gambling house must be an aristocratic family, so it would not be ruined by one or two rich and lucky people. Yu Shu wasn't a gambler, but she found the Qingyang watch that took up an entire wall interesting. She bought a secret code and placed a few bets for the novelty. The rest of them watched for a while and planned to leave. Seeing that she was just joining in the fun, Shui Rui, who thought that she rushed into the gambling house excitedly to show off her skills, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not forget that he had caught her when he was investigating illegal gambling in Anling City. Betting on E wasn't fun at all. After they left the gambling house, Yu Shu and Shui Rui strolled around a few nearby shops, but they didn't buy anything. Yushu was more interested in the sunward green that was placed at the entrance of the shop than she was interested in hairpins, rings, pearls, and jade. On the other hand, Shui Rui didn't take a fancy to those inferior items, so Yushu couldn't bring them out even more. The murder case of Taisho Shuyuan could not be rushed. This year, the new students' uniforms had not been issued. Shui Rui and Yushu did not make things difficult for him, so the headache was temporarily put on hold. The two strolled until the sun went down, which was rare for them to have half a day of leisure. Returning to Wang Jilu in the evening, Lin Fu handed over the invitation that Lu Tan had sent someone to deliver during the day to Shui Rui and Yushu. Being conferred the title of king and having a marriage with an aristocratic family, it was a double blessing. He had also suppressed Ning Wang's limelight at the Shuangyang meeting. It was impossible for Lu Tan to keep a low profile. It was necessary to hold a banquet with great fanfare. The banquet was set for the second half of this month, and there were still more than 10 days to prepare. The location was the Xian Chun Garden. This royal garden was located upstream of the Chunlan River. It was a private property bestowed upon his younger brother, the Prince of Xiang, after his ascension to the throne. From Shui Rui, Yushu found out that Lu Tan, who had yet to complete the construction of the prince's mansion, had borrowed the Prince of Xiang's garden to hold a banquet. She could not help but ponder over it. She even told Shui Rui about it. I thought the Prince of Xiang paid no attention to the outside world, but now he has become close to the ninth prince. Ning Wang will definitely not be happy. Speaking of which, even though Lu Hao and Lu Tan were not born from the same mother, but to Prince of Xiang, they were all his nephews. Previously, she had not heard that he was biased towards anyone. Even the heir Lu Jiong was smooth and slick in dealing with these imperial brothers and treated them all equally. Shui Rui put down the gilded invitation and smiled noncommittally. He thought that without the tacit approval of that person in the palace, how could Prince of Xiang easily get involved in this mess? After dinner, Yushu intended to return to her room. But Shui Rui stopped her and had her follow him into the small study. He lit the candles and walked to the couch to sit down. The tea table had been cleaned and was filled with a thick stack of old and yellowed files. It was unknown when he had ordered people to move them in. Yushu looked suspiciously at him, not knowing what he wanted to do. Shui Rui casually flipped open a file and pointed to the study table not far away, indicating for her to sit down. He said, I will speak. You do the divination. These are all old cases that were investigated in various places 10 years ago. They involve human lives. Let's see how accurate your divination is. Hearing this, Yushu saw Shui Rui's enthusiastic look. She hesitated for a moment but still sat down and picked up the pen. She did not directly tell Shui Rui that her time of calamity law was almost 100% accurate when the data was complete. Of course, this was not absolute. Just an hour later, when Shui Rui was talking about the fifth murder case, Yushu met with a thorny problem. She had solved an unknown number. The unknown number that she was referring to was a value that did not exist in her time of calamity records. There were no precedents, so she had no way of determining the cause of the death of the deceased. Tisk, what is it? I can't calculate this. Oh. Shui Rui saw that she was in a difficult position and became interested. Why can't you calculate it? Yushu did not know how to explain the law of calamity to him, so she turned her head to look at him. Out of the corner of her eyes, she glanced at the unopened case records beside his hand. An idea flashed through her mind, and her eyes lit up. She cried out involuntarily, "Big brother!" Shui Rui saw that Yushu suddenly became excited and responded to her in confusion. "Big brother, these files were taken out from the Supreme Court by you, right?" Because of a certain thought, Yushu could not hold back her excitement. She threw down the pen and sat opposite Shui Rui. She touched the slightly damp files. Yes. Wasn't he asking the obvious? If he didn't take them out, could they have flown out of the archives room and come here on their own? Yushu casually opened one of the files and quickly skimmed through the records. The rules were neatly arranged vertically. For each case, the location of the crime, the progress of the case, the people involved, and the main information, including the confession, were all clearly written. How wonderful! Yushu could not help but shout in her heart. Previously, in order to complete the Time of Calamity law, she had racked her brains but suffered from the limitations. Even a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Now that she had a large number of cases to study, she did not have to worry about progress. Yushu's throat was a little dry. She raised her head and looked at Shui Rue eagerly. "Can you lend it to me for a few days?" It was rare for Shui Rue to be looked at with such watery eyes. Hearing her request, he did not immediately agree. Instead, he looked at her and saw that she could not hide her eagerness. He quickly calculated in his heart and showed a little reluctance. He hesitated and said, "These files were recorded by the Supreme Court and kept by the Chief Registrar. I used my authority to bring them out. According to the rules, I have to return them tomorrow." At the end of his sentence, he asked her, "Why are you looking at these?" Yushu was impatient at that moment. Her mind was filled with thoughts on how to complete the law of Time of Calamity, so she did not think of playing tricks on Shui Rue. She told him honestly, "There are many inadequacies in this strange art of mine. Just like the case you mentioned earlier, I can't calculate anything that I haven't seen before, so I want to try and fill in the gaps from these actual cases. Brother, can't you think of a way to lend it to me for a few days?" Only now did Shui Rue understand why Yushu was so excited, and after he understood it, he couldn't help but be surprised by the method she used to seek knowledge. Everyone else was taught by their master, and it was passed down from their master to their master, yet she was actually burying herself in pondering over it. Yushu mistook Shui Rue's expression as a difficult task. She quickly calmed down and thought about how to persuade him to abuse his authority. After hesitating for a moment, she made up her mind and said, "To tell you the truth, this strange art of mine can not only predict the death of a person, but it can also predict disasters. It is more accurate than the Chiman Inca and more wonderful than the astrology circle. If I complete it, I can calculate the time of calamity, the cause of calamity, and the root of the calamity. To put it bluntly, I can directly calculate the clues of the murderer in the murder case of the LoveLore Library. Give me time. If Big Brother encounters a difficult case in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I can help you solve it easily." Even with Shui Rue's mental fortitude, his blood still started to boil from her words. He almost fell for it and agreed right away. He steadied his mind and fixed his eyes on her little face that was brimming with energy. His heart itched as he asked with a smile, "How long do you need to complete this strange technique?" "This." Yushu silently calculated the huge project and laughed dryly, "If it goes well, about 3 to 5 months. Shui Rue raised his eyebrows. "What if it doesn't go well?" "1.5 years. It might not be complete." Looking at her drooping face, Shui Rue shook his head and laughed. It was rare for him to catch her shortcoming, so he didn't want to let it go. He stretched out his hand to press the confidential file on the table and said seriously, "It's not that I can't lend it to you, but you have to change the benefits that you promised me. You can't let me take the risk of misappropriating official documents for nothing." Yushu opened her mouth and looked at Shui Rue, who was asking her for benefits without blushing or panting. She felt a little strange in her heart, so she squinted her eyes and said, "Big Brother, why do you suddenly care about benefits with me?" He couldn't blame her for thinking too much. In the past, when she didn't ask him for help, he was always eager to be a good person in front of her. Now that the window paper was broken, he became stingy with her. Hee. Shui Rue smiled and said nothing. He thought that she already knew his mind. Even if she didn't guard against him, she was not as easy to get close to as before. These days, she would roll her eyes when he put his hand on her shoulder, let alone going further. If it went on like this, it would be a long time before he could capture the beauty. If he didn't use some means, he was afraid that when she was willing, his beard would turn white. Yushu couldn't figure him out. Being stared at by his smiling face, she slightly moved back in her seat and asked angrily, "Then tell me, what benefits do you want?" It must be something that she was unwilling to agree to for him to bring it up like this. Shui Rui's clean and slender fingers lightly tapped on the paper a few times as he stared at Yushu, who had a guarded expression on her face. He slowly stood up and walked in front of her in 2 steps. With one hand on the coffee table, he bent down and saw his reflection in her widened eyes. "What are you doing?" Yushu felt that she was in a bad situation. She leaned back and tried to distance herself from him. But the place was only so big and she was trapped by him. Where could she hide? She watched as Shui Rui got closer and closer. His pitch-black eyes that were staring at her looked exceptionally deep under the candlelight, as if he wanted to suck her in. The hairs on her neck stood up one by one. Just as she was secretly preparing to give him a kick at any time, she heard his mellow voice, "Close your eyes." Yushu put on a straight face and refused to do it. Shui Rui chuckled. "Don't worry, I don't want to kiss you." Yushu curled her lips. Then what was he doing? Counting how many eyelashes she had. "Close your eyes. I will find as many files as you want to read. You can read them as long as you want." Yushu couldn't help but be tempted. She raised her neck and looked at the gentle and decent face in front of her. After weighing the pros and cons, she decided to believe him and closed her eyes unhappily. Chapter 4:16. Her lips were soft like cotton, and the tip of his nose lightly rubbed against hers. The scorching heat at that instant when their breaths intersected caused Shui Rui to have the misconception that his mouth and tongue were parched, and it almost caused him to give up on his initial intention of not going overboard. Fortunately, his self-control was extremely good, and after a short and slightly lingering moment of dawdling, his lips slowly left hers. He was ready to welcome Yushu's anger. After all, he was the one who crossed the line. However, as the distance between them increased and his vision became clear, he saw that on her overly delicate face, in addition to an abnormal blush, he didn't see anger, but confusion. Their eyes met. As a girl who had just been molested by a hypocrite who went back on his word, Yushu actually did not greet him with a punch. She only pursed her dry lips with a strange expression, and her reaction was unexpectedly calm. She stretched out her hand and lightly pushed Shui Rui's chest that was too close to her. Shui Rui gained some benefits and didn't suffer a beating, so he sensibly took a step back. In the next moment, he saw Yushu sit up straight and stand up from the couch before walking towards the door without saying a word. Shui Rui was stunned, and his heart suddenly beat fast. He was afraid that it would backfire and make her angry, so he called her nervously, "Shu." The figure that had already walked to the door stopped for a moment and turned around. Shui Rui clearly saw the stiffness on her face, but before his heart could sink, he heard her say in a muffled voice, "Don't forget about those dossiers." Leaving this sentence that made Shui Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, Yushu walked away without looking back. Shui Rui stood in the same place, raised his hand to touch his slightly numb lips, and wondered if he should be more courageous just now. But then he felt that it was inappropriate. He thought that he had to get up early tomorrow to stop her from avoiding him. He didn't know how Yushu returned to the room. She closed the door and sat on the bed. Her face was flushed, and her mind was full of the gentle kiss just now. Her whole face was almost wrinkled. It was not because of his cunning, but because she was actually embarrassed. This wasn't the first time she had kissed someone on the mouth. It wasn't even the first time Shui Rui had kissed her. The last time he had kissed her when he was drunk, she didn't even blush or feel her heart skip a beat. Didn't she pour a pot of tea on him in revenge? In the blink of an eye, she had forgotten about it. How could she feel uncomfortable? But this time, it was different. She really didn't want to admit that she had run away from him just now. Faced with her own abnormality, Yushu pondered for a while, and an unpleasant thought emerged in Yushu's mind. Could it be that she was also interested in Shuirui? She must have walked too much today. He was too tired. Yushu told herself not to think about these trivial things. She stood up from the bed with a twisted face and walked weakly to the washstand. She poured some water and washed up. She took off her clothes and lay on the bed. She rolled up the quilt and closed her eyes to sleep. Yushu woke up very early the next day. She went downstairs without a bird chirping. She walked to the door of the backyard and hesitated. She turned her head and told Asyang, who was sweeping the floor, "When the shopkeeper wakes up, tell him to tell your young master that I went to the Axian mansion to visit someone." Asyang nodded honestly and watched her walk out the door. After a cup of tea, Lin Fu didn't get up, but a door on the first floor was pushed open. Shuirui walked out neatly and seemed to be going upstairs. Asyang hesitated for a moment and called out, "Master." Shuirui just stepped on the stairs. He turned his head and looked at him. Asyang raised his head and organized his words. "Miss told me to tell the shopkeeper and let him tell you that she went to the Axian mansion to visit someone." Shuirui quietly withdrew his feet. He looked at the sky that was just starting to brighten and felt depressed. "Master. When did she go out?" "She just left for a while." Shuirui laughed at himself. He thought that it was good that she didn't run away in the middle of the night. "What time is it? Why are you alone?" "They are still sleeping." Shuirui said to Asyang with a straight face, "Go and wake them up." Asyang hurriedly answered, threw away the broom and ran to the back to wake them up. So this morning, before the sun rose, the people of Wangji Tower who didn't need to wake up early for business were implicated because of someone's early. They all laughed and got out of bed. Yushu had never been to the Axian mansion, but she went out early. She wandered a few streets and asked around. When the sun came out, she happened to find the gate of the Axian mansion. As one of the aristocratic families of the Anling 12 prefectures, the Axian mansion style was needless to say. After the guard at the front door heard Yushu's name, someone from the gatehouse came out and invited her into the front yard. They took her to a small parlor to wait for tea. Yushu looked at the feng shui in the room and thought about what to say when she saw Axian Lu later. When the pot of hot tea was almost cold, she saw Axian Lu walking in from the door. "Lotus Room, you are here." In just a few days, Axian Lu's small round face became thin, and she had a sharp chin. She called Yushu with a nasal voice. Her eyes were red and she looked listless, as if she was seriously ill. She was really seriously ill. After seeing Chao Yiling hang himself that night, Axian Lu was too frightened and fainted. After returning home, she had nightmares for several days and couldn't sleep well. It was terrible enough to bump into a corpse, but she and Chao Yiling were enemies when they were alive. They quarreled when they met each other, so she couldn't sleep well. Yushu was shocked by Axian Lu's pitiful appearance and hurriedly asked her to sit down. Listening to her grievances for the past few days, she couldn't say that she sympathized with her. Unlike her who didn't have spiritual root and wisdom heart, Axian Lu was the daughter of a direct branch of an aristocratic family. She had good root and aptitude. Such a person was usually very sensitive, especially to the 5 elements and yin and yang. So, Yushu could live in the room where Xia Jiangying was killed safely, but Axian Lu felt cold all over when she entered the room. "It's all thanks to old ancestor personally helping me. Otherwise, I would have lost my soul this time." Axian Lu rejoiced. Yushu guessed that the ancestor she mentioned was the old man she met in Treasure House. When she was about to ask a few questions, Xian Lu grabbed her hand and asked first, "By the way, do you have any clues about the murderer?" Xian Lu had obviously heard from others that Chao Yuling didn't hang himself but was killed. Yu Shu rolled her eyes and said, "You still ask? Aren't you afraid of having nightmares again? Don't worry about it. The Supreme Judiciary is handling the case." Xian Lu sniffed, "I know. It's the eldest cousin of the Shui family who is investigating the case." Xian Lu's aunt was the second aunt of Shui Rui. The two families were in-laws, so it was right to call Shui Rui like this. Yu Shu heard her mention Shui Rui. Her eyelids twitched and her expression was unnatural. She coughed dryly and asked, "Don't you stay at home all day? How can you be so well informed?" Xian Lu said, "Yuero came. She told me that someone used the name of Daozi to pass a note to Chao Yuling. He sent a note to Chao Yuling and coaxed her to go to the observatory. I don't know who is so vicious as to kill people and frame them." Qin Yuero was on good terms with Xian Lu. The two of them had been friends since they were young, and they were much closer than Yu Shu, who they had only known for a short period of time. After the accident, she came to the Xian family to comfort her best friend. Unlike Yu Shu, who was cold-hearted, if it wasn't for Shui Rui reminding her yesterday, she wouldn't have remembered to visit Xian Lu. I am already beginning to regret entering the Taisho Shu Yuan. Xian Lu shrunk back and said with a frown, "In less than half a year, 2 people have died. They are all so muddle-headed. It is so scary. You know that I am timid. As long as the murderer is not caught, I will not dare to step into the Shu Yuan." Yu Shu patted her shoulder and said in a calm tone, "We will catch him. In my opinion, you shouldn't come. Stay at home and rest." She couldn't infer who the female student of the LoveLore Library who was pushed down the stairs in Xia Mingming's dream was. She could only prevent the people she knew from falling into the trap. Xian Lu stayed at home peacefully. He was protected by the feng shui of an aristocratic family. There was no problem in hiding. After chatting with Xian Lu for a while, Yu Shu deliberately picked a few jokes to tease her. Although she didn't laugh, her face looked better. Because Xian Lu's condition wasn't good, Yu Shu didn't take the opportunity to ask about the old master of the Xian family. After comforting her, she got up to leave. Xian Lu saw that Yu Shu was about to leave and was reluctant to let her go. He pulled her arm and said softly because he was younger, "If you don't want to go to the hall today, then stay with me. There are many fun things in my house." That night, Xian Lu was frightened. Thanks to Yu Shu's help, he escaped from the yin-yang and was not scared to death. Therefore, he valued Yu Shu a lot. He didn't know why, but with her by his side, he felt more at ease than lying on the suppressing evil bed. Yu Shu listened to Xian Lu's childish words and said with a smile, "Next time. I have to go somewhere else today." Xian Lu didn't want her to leave and was about to ask her to stay when he heard a maid reporting outside the door, "Miss Lu, Miss Qin is here." When Yu Shu heard this, she said, "Just in time. Someone is here to accompany you. Go and play with her." After saying this, she pretended she didn't see Xian Lu's pitiful expression and turned to leave. Walking past the flower pond, Yu Shu saw Qin Yuero walking over with a maid in tow. She stopped. Surprise flashed across Qin Yuero's face. She reacted very quickly and raised her hands in a salute. "Female fortune teller greets you." Originally, the two of them shouldn't have been so distant. However, because of the incident the next day, Yu Shu had attacked Ji Xingxuan in the stargazing platform and implicated the female students present. Qin Yuero wasn't sure of Yu Shu's temper. That was why she was so cautious. After all, it was never strange to be too polite. Yu Shu looked at her and smiled. She nodded and said, "Miss Qin, you don't need to be so polite. Fei Fei is waiting for you. Quickly go in. After saying this, she walked past Qin Yuero. Qin Yuero made way for her, but a moment later, she turned around and called out to her, fortune teller. Yushu turned around and saw Qin Yuero looking at her with a strange expression. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Yushu couldn't help feeling strange. Miss Qin. Oh, I wanted to ask. How many academicians have you paid respects to? Yushu raised her eyebrows. 2, Academician Sima and Academician Fong. Qin Yuero kindly smiled at her. My grandfather is also one of the 18 academicians. He's the head of physiognomy. If you're interested, there's no harm in going over and greeting him. Yushu nodded and didn't say anything else. She turned around and left. It wasn't that she didn't see Qin Yuero's goodwill, but based on the fact that she was close to Ji Xingxuan, it was enough for Yushu to ignore her. Chapter 4:17. 5 days had passed since the murder at the observatory. It was still early for Yushu to leave Xian's mansion. She first went back to the old courtyard on Huixing Street in the south of the city. She arranged for Zhou Hu and Zhou Yingying to watch the door of the mansion given by Lu Tan and bought some things on the busy street. In the afternoon, she returned to Taisher Shuyuan with a thick bag of books. She clearly felt a sense of loneliness. It was spring and the sun was warm. When she walked around in the Shuyuan a few days ago, she could see students wandering around. Today, she passed through several courtyards and went to the vicinity of the female dormitory, but she didn't see many people. There were 4 middle-aged female servants guarding the door of the inner courtyard of the female dormitory. Usually, they took turns to clean the courtyard and prevent men from breaking in. At night, they took turns to keep watch and be careful of candles. Such simple manpower was enough on weekdays. However, when the murder happened, it made the female students living here nervous. Although the person didn't die in the female dormitory, many people still packed up and went back to the mansion the next day. Until now, there were only a few who were bold and lived outside the city. Walking to the door of the east courtyard, Yushu paid special attention to the door of Ji Xingxuan's room next door. It was locked. Then she opened the door and entered her own room. As usual, she checked the door and windows to make sure that the hair she tied to the window lattice was not broken. There were 7 rooms in the row facing south in the east courtyard. The layout was the same. There was a small hall and a bedroom on the left side. The small hall faced the inner courtyard with a window, and one side was closed. The bedroom was the opposite. The window was opened on the north wall. The window was 3 feet high and the width of the 2 windows was open enough for a person to jump in. Yushu casually put the bag in her hand on the ground. She opened the window and looked out. Not far away was a courtyard wall. There was a row of trees under the wall. The ground was paved with stone slabs to prevent water from accumulating when it rained. Relying on her height, Yushu tiptoed half of her body out and turned her head to the right. He could easily see the window of Ji Xingxuan's room, which was not far away. Just like yesterday, it was tightly shut. She shrank back again and paced the bedroom. Taking out 3 copper coins from his waist, he walked to the table and tossed them a few times. Seeing that it was a good sign, he decisively put away the copper coins, grabbed the thick bag he had brought, and moved a stool to the window. He nimbly flipped over the window. After walking along the wall for a dozen steps, Yushu came to the back window of Ji Xingxuan's bedroom. She reached into her bosom and took out a thin 2-end copper hairpin that she bought at a street stall that afternoon. She stood on her tiptoes and felt her way through the crack of the window to the position of the latch. She inserted the hairpin into the latch and carefully pried it open. The moment he pushed open the window, Yushu's heartbeat was only a little faster than usual. They knew that Ji Xingxuan was involved in a murder case, but they couldn't arrest her because they didn't have concrete evidence. Since it was related to Jing Qin, he couldn't act rashly. But if he didn't do anything, Yu Shu would be flustered. After all, there was a life waiting for her. If she didn't do something, she would feel guilty. Back then, she had chosen to stay in the dead man's room not because she wanted to prove that she was brave, but because she wanted to deal with Ji Xingxuan, who was harboring evil intentions. She entered Ji Xingxuan's bedroom easier than expected. She left her shoes outside the window and stepped on the clean floor in her socks. The soles of her feet were a little cold. She looked around Ji Xingxuan's room. There was a bed and a cabinet in the same style as the ones in the library. On the desk by the window, there were neatly stacks of books. The inkstone was dry. It was obvious that the owner hadn't touched the ink these days. Yu Shu wiped the dust from her palms on her waist and walked to the table to sweep it. She casually flipped through a few books and put them back in their original positions. She looked up and saw a large folding fan hanging high on the wall in front of her. Under the fan was a piece of white jade. The surface of the fan was blank, without even a single word. Yu Shu took a closer look. It was not difficult to find the patterns carved on the white jade. There was nothing special about it. She carefully identified the hidden ribs of the fan and immediately sneered. What a good dragon-subduing wooden fan. This old peach wood was the best at restraining ghosts. A small piece was worth more than gold. To make such a big fan, it was even more wasteful than making a wooden sword to drive away ghosts. Placing it in the sleeping area and deliberately covering it with the fan, it was like deceiving oneself. If it wasn't because one had a guilty conscience, what else could it be? After walking around the room again, Yu Shu discovered that not only was there a peachwood fan, but there were also hidden items at the foot of Ji Xingxuan's bed, the top of the door, and even the back of the mirror. Just these items alone were worth several thousand taels of silver in a small bedroom. Yu Shu was more and more sure that Xia Jiangying's death had something to do with Ji Xingxuan. She really admired her for having the courage to move next door to avoid suspicion. She was not afraid of the door ringing in the middle of the night. When the rabbit died, the fox grieved. Yu Shu and Xia Jiangying and Chao Yuling had only met once or twice. They were far from being friends. However, she and Ji Xingxuan had an irreconcilable hatred. With such a vicious person constantly thinking about her, Yu Shu was worried that a long delay would bring trouble. She still clearly remembered the day when she found Chao Yuling's body. She went back to the girl's room to sleep. In the daytime, she dreamed that Xia Jiangying, covered in blood, and Chao Yuling, whose face was black and blue, sat on the edge of her bed. Xia Jiangying sneered and whispered in her ear, "If you continue to stand by, the next one to die will be you." Yu Shu did not believe in evil, but she believed in karma. Therefore, after that nightmare, she did not intend to stand by and watch. Otherwise, she would not be at peace, and her heart would not be at peace. Yu Shu took a deep breath and pulled herself together. She pulled open the bag in her hand and took out the things inside. She hid them in a corner of the room that even the owner would not be able to find. She checked again to make sure that she didn't leave any traces. Then, she climbed out of the window and hung the window from the outside using the same method she used to come in. She put on her shoes and returned to her room through the back window. Who would have thought that a dignified female fortune teller would commit such a thieving act in broad daylight? Yu Shu sat in the room for a while, found a few books on the table and put them into the empty bag. Carrying it, she locked the door and left. Before dusk, Yu Shu returned to Wangji restaurant. At the back door, she saw two waiters holding tea trays and whispering to each other. She frowned and hurriedly sent them away to do their work. The business of Wangji restaurant wasn't as crowded as it was when it first opened. However, the regular customers were fixed. At the beginning, the few waiters who served tea and food weren't enough. Therefore, Lin Fu hired a few more people, but they weren't as good as Gui Qi and Gui Ba. It was inevitable that some of them would slack off. The girl is back. Xiao Qing saw Yu Shu upstairs. She and Xiao Dai were two maids. If Yu Shu was not around, they would only serve the female customers who came to the restaurant. When Yu Shu came, they had to put down their work and follow her closely. Therefore, compared to the other people in the restaurant, their days were the most relaxed. When Yu Shu walked to the stairs, Xiao Qing had already trotted down. Yu Shu turned to look at Shui Rui's closed door and hesitated. In the end, she did not ask if Shui Rui would come back for lunch. She went upstairs with a heavy heart. She had been staying in the restaurant for the past few days, so the door was not locked. When Yu Shu opened the door, she was stunned when she looked up. She saw that on the long couch in the living room, there were more than a dozen neatly stacked scrolls. There were at least 100 of them. Chapter 4:18. Yu Shu found the servants to move all the files in the living room to the study. There was not enough space on the table, so she asked them to find another table and place it by the wall. The sky was still bright. Yu Shu casually flipped through a few files and found that there were not only records of murder cases, but also some cases that involved heavy punishments. However, they were all related to calamities, which was exactly what she wanted. When she thought of the day when she could complete a single calamity rule and evolve it into a more profound set of divination, she could truly judge calamities. Yu Shu couldn't help but feel excited. She had to do it. Without any delay, Yu Shu asked the maids to prepare a brush and ink. After careful consideration, she flipped open a file of a case from a certain place. She first copied down the different calamities recorded on it and organized them so that she could make predictions later. She did this until the sky was completely dark outside. She only managed to read the second file. "Miss, have dinner first. It won't be too late to work after that." Xiao Qing came in with tea and reminded her warmly. Yu Shu put down her brush and rubbed her fingers. She put the paper, which was still wet with ink, on the small stack of notes that she had written on it. She stood up and stretched. She looked at the sky outside the window and asked casually, "Has your young master returned?" Xiao Qing put down the tray and handed the tea to her. She said obediently, "He just came back. I went downstairs to make tea. Gongzi called me and asked about you. I heard you were busy, so I didn't let anyone come up to disturb you." "Miss, Gongzi didn't order food. Are you going downstairs or eating in the room?" Yu Shu hesitated for a moment. She glanced at the box full of files by her feet. She didn't want to leave Shui Rui hanging, so she said, "Go downstairs and tell him. I'll go wash my hands." "Yes." Shui Rui originally thought that Yu Shu, who avoided him in the morning before dawn, would ignore him for 2 days. But the fact was that he was sitting at the same table with her for dinner. "I'll need about a month to sort out the files in the Supreme Court. Do you want to return them together or send them back after I finish reading them?" Yu Shu asked as she picked up some vegetables. Shui Rui looked at her nonchalant look, and he simply wanted to suspect that he didn't do anything last night. "Oh. You don't have to go through so much trouble. I'll send it back after you're done." Yu Shu nodded and didn't thank him again. She chatted with him from time to time as she usually did when they ate together. Her expression couldn't be more natural. This made Shui Rui a little depressed. He would rather she lose her temper and put on a stern face. It was good to live like this, as if nothing had happened. Which girl wouldn't blush or get angry after being kissed? Should he say that she had a good temper, or did she not take it seriously at all? After dinner, Yu Shu sat downstairs for a while before saying goodbye to Shui Rui and going upstairs. "Brother, rest early. I'll go back and continue to sort out those cases. Well, don't stay up too late. Shui Rui reminded her. When she walked to the door, he stopped her again. Don't get up so early tomorrow. Come with me. There was a moment of embarrassment on Yushu's face. Fortunately, her back was facing Shui Rui, so he didn't see it. Oh. After going upstairs, Yushu returned to the room. She sent all the maids away and closed the door. Only then did she relax. She rubbed her sore face and lay down on the soft couch. She was exhausted from putting on airs the whole dinner. However, Shui Rui was a shrewd man. If she dared to glance at him more or say a word less, he could see something wrong. She didn't want that guy to find out that she was kissed by him last night. Like a fool, he started to be infatuated. After lying down for a while, Yushu sat up and strode into the study, ready to work. She was busy with many things these days. How could she have the leisure to think about men? The next day, Yushu and Shui Rui went to the LoveLore Library together in a carriage. One carried a pen and a box of ink and wanted to go to the library to copy. The other went straight to the observatory and called the official on duty for questioning. The Supreme Court sent a small team of people to search every inch of the observatory and the surrounding land, but they still did not find any suspicious clues. Other than the note that identified Jing Qin and the rope that was used to strangle Chao Yuling, there was no other evidence that pointed to the murderer. Shui Rui didn't plan to make a wasted trip today. He asked someone to find the subordinate who had been following Jing Qin for the past few days. Where is Daozi now? Reporting to Your Excellency, Daozi is reading in the East Courtyard. Isn't he going to give a lecture today? Although Shui Rui sent people to monitor Jing Qin, he didn't restrict his freedom. Therefore, after the incident, Jing Qin still gave lectures to the students of the LoveLore Library. He just couldn't go to the observatory to practice. This. Your Excellency doesn't know. The deceased went to a private meeting because of a note from Daozi. These days, most of the students who came to study with Daozi said they were sick. Today, Daozi arrived early in the morning, but I haven't seen any students. Shui Rui thought for a while and understood. Gossip was a fearful thing. Even though Jing Qin had a noble status, this matter concerned a person's life and a woman's chastity. Before the truth was revealed, how many people would dare to get close to him? Even the female student who had defended him the other day had to cherish herself more. Let's go. Take me there. Shui Rui walked through layers of steps and entered the fragrant hut built on the stone hill of the flower garden. He pushed aside the bamboo curtain hanging under the eaves and saw Jing Qin sitting on the ground. In this place where birds were singing and flowers were fragrant, there was green outside the window and smoke curling up from the stove. On a mat woven from lantern grass, the man was wearing a silver-gray Daoist robe with wide sleeves hanging on his knees. He held a scroll in one hand and read it with his head lowered. Only a pair of indifferent eyebrows could be seen. It was as elegant as a painting. Although Shui Rui had some prejudice against Jing Qin, he had to admit that the man in front of him had a strong character. There was no one else like him in the entire Anling city. When Jing Qin heard the sound of the curtain, he raised his head calmly and saw Shui Rui in front of the door. He wasn't surprised and flipped the scroll in his hand to the side. Lord Shui. Shui Rui walked in and looked around the quiet room. He said to Jing Qin, Daoist's place is quiet. Are there no students here today? Jing Qin said calmly, they are afraid because the murder case has not been solved. Shui Rui walked over to the wide-open window and glanced at the dense greenery outside the window, then he turned around and asked, if Daoist child isn't the culprit that lured young Miss Chao to death, then the real culprit would surely want to frame you. Aren't you worried? Blessings and misfortunes have their own reasons. I don't need to worry. Jing Qin sat motionlessly on the mat. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Hee hee. Shui Rui suddenly sneered and asked, someone killed a person just to frame you. The victim is innocent. Don't you feel guilty? Jing Chen frowned slightly and became silent. Shui Rui could tell that he wasn't completely unmoved, so he seized the opportunity and asked, judging from the current situation, the murderer is coming for you. Why would someone have such a grudge against you that they'd kill without hesitation? Do you have an idea? I can't think of it. Or I don't want to say it. Shui Rui did not intend to let him stay out of it. According to his and Yushu's inference, this murder case was likely to involve the group of people who caused Jing Chen to lose his memory. This was not just a murder case. Shui Rui knew quite a lot of inside information about Jing Chen's encounter when he left the mountain and entered the capital. For example, that group of people did not kill Jing Chen. Instead, they used some means to make him lose his memory and abandon him on the river. For example, after Jing Chen's memory was restored. But he could not remember how he was framed on the road. This created a mystery. No one knew where this group of people came from or why they wanted to harm Jing Chen, the princess's son, who had a special status. Shui Rui had grown up in the capital city, so he was used to seeing power. He acutely smelled the scent of a conspiracy from these two faintly related incidents. He had a feeling that if he was unable to find the culprit, then the young lady of the Chow family would definitely not be the last innocent person to lose her life because of this. Under Shui Rui's aggressive gaze, Jing Chen's expression was a little thought-provoking. He frowned at first and then lowered his head. After thinking for a while, he raised his head and looked at Shui Rui with a hesitant expression. He was also a little confused. I can't think of anything. Shui Rui was disappointed. He could see that Jing Chen was not lying. He had heard from Yushu that Jing Chen did not lie. But he still did not give up. He wanted to find out something from Jing Chen, so he walked over and stopped in front of him. He continued to ask, then have you ever thought about who could imitate your handwriting so well? Imitating handwriting was not a very difficult thing. Among the calligraphy masters that Shui Rui knew, there were two people who could imitate the handwriting so well that it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. But this needed to be done with reference to the person's handwriting and a lot of effort. In other words, the person who could do this must have seen Jing Chen's handwriting, and he must have seen a lot of it. Shui Rui's question made Jing Chen fall into another round of deep thought. It was not until the song of the oriole outside the window that he opened his mouth and said, there should be only 3 people in the capital who know my handwriting well. Who are they? Chong Yun, my junior sister Shui Yun, and... Jing Chen's voice stopped. There was another person who seemed to be difficult to say. He opened and closed his mouth several times before he said this person, Yushu. Shui Rui slightly narrowed his eyes. He did not hear it wrong. Jing Chen directly called Yushu's name, as if he wanted to draw a line. Thinking of the silly girl who had suffered so much for the man in front of him, he could not help but sneer and said, let's not talk about the fact that she was an illiterate idiot last year. Even if she could write your handwriting, she would not hurt you even if someone put a knife to her neck. Jing Chen's face suddenly froze. He unconsciously clenched his fists on his knees. When he opened his mouth again, his voice was not as calm as before. I only said that there is someone who knows my handwriting well. I did not suspect her. Don't misinterpret my words. Shui Rui did not miss his small movements, but he was too lazy to admit that he did it on purpose. He had asked what he wanted to ask. He did not want to talk with Jing Chen for a long time. He reached out to brush away a fallen flower on the windowsill and walked out of the hut. His voice was left behind to Jing Chen. If you really feel guilty, pay more attention to the people around you. Chapter 419. Yushu stayed in the library for 2 hours. She found the 2 handwritten books she had read before and wrote down some useful passages. Then she packed her things and left. Because she accidentally stained her hands with ink when copying, she could not wipe it clean with a handkerchief, so she had to go back to the women's dormitory. She entered from the east courtyard but was stopped by someone. "Miss, please wait." Yushu turned her head and saw the servant woman who usually guarded the courtyard running out of the central room under the south corridor. She stopped and waited for her. "What's the matter?" The servant woman first smiled at her and bowed politely. She stood up straight and said, "Miss, you just entered the school this year, right? Please come with me. The clothes and skirts for this year have been made. You can take them back today." Yushu was stunned. Ever since she met Xia Jiangmin, she came to the library every day to wait for the regular clothes to be distributed. Now that it was right in front of her, she was still a little unprepared. "Let's go." She nodded and followed the servant woman to the central room where the guards usually drank tea and talked. The room was not big. On a long couch, there were more than 10 thick bags neatly arranged. She knew that they were filled with clothes, but she could not see the color. On the day she entered the school, everyone's measurements were different. There was a rope tied to the bags and a wooden plate. The servant woman did not recognize Yushu, so she asked her to show her waist plate for entering and exiting the Taisha library. She looked inside and took one out. She handed it to Yushu and said, "This is yours." Yushu thanked her and left with the heavy bag. She returned to the room and closed the door. She put the bag on the table and nervously opened it. The moment the knot was opened, her whole heart sank. Underneath a flat, square jewelry box was a neatly folded red and pink blouse. It was the color that Xia Jiangmin had foreseen in her dream. The delicate and pleasing hibiscus pink was now in Yushu's eyes. It had become a symbol of danger. She sat on the chair with a straight face and nervously opened the jewelry box. When she saw a double-strand peach hairpin lying inside, she heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, not Haitang. In Xia Jiangmin's dream, the woman who was pushed down the stairs wore a begonia flower on her head. At that time, Yushu mistakenly thought that the begonia flower was a headdress that came with the regular clothes, so she read her fortune on the same day. Fortunately, Lu Yao told her that she was not the unlucky one. Therefore, she wasn't worried that she would be killed, but she was worried about the new female students who were admitted to the school this year. If every one of them had a begonia on their head, it would be troublesome. Putting away the clothes and the jewelry box, Yushu was not in the mood to try the size at all. Just looking at the color was enough to annoy her. After tidying up, Yushu went to the observatory. This time, when she entered the courtyard again, she was not stopped by the guards at the door. It must be Shui Rui's order. When Yushu found Shui Rui, he was squatting next to the long stone tablet, followed by 2 officials who were checking something. "Big brother." Yushu was originally outside. She would call Shui Rui Lord Shui seriously. After being corrected by him once, she called him as she did in private. He was not afraid of the bad influence, so why was she embarrassed? "Here you are." Shui Rui beckoned her over and pointed to the stone tablet used to observe the stars. "Look." Yushu thought she found something. She walked over and squatted down beside him, looking at his finger. She saw a small snail crawling in the slender ditch, and there was nothing else. "This is a snail, what's wrong?" Yushu felt that she was stupid. She really didn't see anything unusual about these 2 snails. Shui Rui turned his head. He grinned at her and said, "Don't you think it is a little similar to you?" Yushu was puzzled. "How is it similar?" "It's a hard shell." Shui Rui said vaguely, then stood up. Yushu didn't understand what he was insinuating. Even if she understood, she had to pretend not to understand. She raised her head and said to him, "If you have the leisure to look at snails here, why don't you find a few people to ask for a confession? Shui Rui looked down at her. I just saw Dozy come back. Oh. Yushu didn't show a surprised expression. She stretched out a finger and touched the snail that was slowly crawling forward. The little thing was so scared that it quickly retracted its head, leaving only a round shell. She uncomfortably retracted her finger and casually asked, "Did you ask anything?" "No. It would be strange if there was anything." Yushu thought that Jing Qin was full of secrets. Either he didn't say anything, or if he said one thing, he could pull out many things. While they were talking, a guard suddenly rushed over and stopped in front of Shui Rui. He panted and cupped his hands. "Darren, please enter the palace. His Majesty summons you." Yushu had already stood up and looked at Shui Rui's hesitant face. She didn't know why, but she felt bad. At this time, the emperor summoned Shui Rui. It was most likely because of the case of Taisher Shu Garden. Shu, I want to enter the palace. You return first, and I'll ask Brother Chui to send you off. Shui Rui instructed Yushu, and he didn't dare make the people in the palace wait any longer before swiftly leaving with his group. Yushu returned to Wangji Tower alone. In the afternoon, she didn't see Shui Rui come back. She had to put aside all kinds of speculations and concentrate on sorting out the case files of various places. It wasn't until it was dark that Shui Rui came back. Yushu told the maid to tell her as soon as he came back. As soon as Shui Rui entered the room, Yushu followed him in. She closed the door and went forward to pour tea for him. Seeing that he looked a little tired, she didn't rush to ask. She waited for him to sit down and rest for a while before she spoke. "Brother, why did you come back so late? Why did the emperor summon you?" Yushu was used to speaking straightforwardly with Shui Rui, so she didn't beat around the bush. She asked him directly, "Is it because of this murder case?" A complicated look flashed through Shui Rui's eyes. In order to cover it up, he handed the empty teacup to her. He gestured for her to refill it while telling her, "The emperor has heard about the case of Taisher Shuyuan. When he asked about it in the morning court, he made Shangqing Darren angry. He summoned me to the palace to ask about it." Yushu asked with concern, "He didn't reprimand you, right?" In her impression, when the emperor was angry, he would cut off officials and demote them. As an emperor, there weren't many who had a good temper. Shui Rui saw that she was a little nervous. Mo Dao scared her, so he softened his expression and said to her, "He only said a few words. He wanted us to find out the truth as soon as possible. He didn't reprimand us too much. It doesn't matter." "That's good." Yushu didn't doubt Shui Rui's words. Shui Rui also didn't want her to ask again. He changed the topic. "Have you eaten dinner?" "Not yet. I'm waiting for you." Chapter 420. Yushu stayed outside for 7 days to get rid of the darkness on her body. Then she packed her things and went home. Shui Rui was going back to the yamen today. In the morning, he asked Lao Chui to send her off and went to the Supreme Court in a sedan chair. Zhao Hui and He Fangji hadn't heard the news that someone died in the Taisher Shuyuan. They only knew that Yushu hadn't been back for a few days because she was busy with her studies. Yushu didn't intend to tell them. She didn't want to ask for trouble. Returning to her room and changing into fresh clothes, Yushu went to the big room to greet the old lady and was driven to Zhao Hui's room. Yushu sat on the chair beside Zhao Hui's bed. Zhao Hui, who was still in confinement, leaned on the pillow and talked to her. After a while, the wet nurse came with the baby. The 7 or 8-day-old baby was so small. He clenched his small fists and curled them into a ball. He was so soft that Yushu didn't dare to touch him. Zhao Hui was not afraid. She smiled and asked the wet nurse to hand the baby to her, which made Yushu flustered. Mom, I can't hold him well. Forget it. You can hold him more. You're not as good as Xiaoxiu. He runs to see Xiaochuan as soon as he gets out of school. He's more stable than your father. After washing his third son, the old lady decided to give He Fengji's only son a nickname, Xiaochuan. His real name hadn't been decided yet. Yu Shu held the baby stiffly. She looked down and saw that the little guy squinted his eyes and yawned. There was no sign of crying. She slowly relaxed and freed a hand to touch his face. Don't touch his cheeks. You'll make him drool. The wet nurse reminded her. Yu Shu quickly withdrew her hand, which made Zhao Hui laugh again. For some reason, the child who was sleeping soundly heard Zhao Hui's laughter and pouted. He opened his pair of blank eyes and let out a wah without any warning. She began to whimper and cry. Yu Shu was so scared that she quickly handed the baby to the wet nurse. She watched as the wet nurse gently coaxed the baby and turned to look at Zhao Hui helplessly. Zhao Hui, on the other hand, wasn't nervous at all. She patted her hand and said, "You have to howl like that every day. Just in time for you." Yu Shu thought about it and searched her body. She found the silver chain with the little bell that Axan Lu had given her before and shook it in front of He Xiaochuan. Strangely enough, the sound of the bell was crisp and small. Yu Shu shook it a few times, and He Xiaochuan sniffled. The crying stopped just like that. The wet nurse and Zhao Hui are both surprised. They say. Yu Shu is also surprised. Maybe the heart-cleansing bells given by Axan Lu work or something else. As she shook the bell to tease the child, she said to Zhao Hui with a smile, "It was given to me by a friend when he heard that we had a baby in our family. He hung it in the room where he was sleeping, and when he was crying, it would ring. It has some use for calming the mind." As she said this, she handed the bell over. Zhao Hui took a look and knew that it was a good thing. She took Mother Shen to put it. Yu Shu looked at the child and sat with Zhao Hui for an hour before returning to her room to tidy up her clothes. She packed up a few handwritten letters and the books that she often read. Yu Shu didn't plan to stay at home. Before there was an explanation for the matter at LoveLore Library, she wanted to live outside. Moreover, there were a large number of files in Wangji Tower that she needed to sort out. It wasn't convenient for her to take the things from the Supreme Court back home. She didn't stay at home for lunch. Yu Shu had Lu Zhong hitch up the carriage and send her to Baichuan Academy to see Yu Xiaoxiu. She didn't know if she would have time to go home when she got busy. She had to talk to her younger brother in person so that the child wouldn't worry and think too much. Baichuan Academy's entrance was not as strict as LoveLore Library's. Yu Shu said which one she was looking for, and the guards let her in. It was morning, and the classes in the academy hadn't ended yet. The faint sound of reading came from the courtyard, sometimes high and sometimes low. Yu Shu passed by the small garden and saw two naughty children bending down to catch grasshoppers in the grass. They must have skipped class. Yu Shu walked to the third study room on the long corridor and stopped. Listening to the sound of the headmaster inside, she looked through the window and saw a few neat rows of tables and stools. More than 20 children were sitting in one room. They were all about 12 or 13 years old. Some were obediently listening to the lesson, some were sleeping with their books upright in front of them, and some were eating cakes with their heads down. Seeing this scene, Yu Shu couldn't help laughing. She thought back to when she was in school at this age and found Yu Xiaoxiu and Bai Ran sitting in the second row from the back. Seeing that her younger brother was writing with his head down and his back straight, she was immediately gratified. However, she didn't think too much about it. Yu Xiaoxiu wasn't the same as the other young masters in this house. He had grown up suffering. Just a year ago, he was still wearing patched clothes, eating the food of servants, sleeping in a small bed, and being looked down upon everywhere he went. From time to time, he would even get beaten up. Now that he didn't have to worry about food and clothing, how could he not care about the blessings and work hard to learn? Not long after Yu Shu stood by the window, she was seen by the absent-minded children. It was none other than Hu Tian'er, who was sitting behind Yu Xiaoxiu. Hu Tian'er was anxious to get through class so that she could go out and play with the slingshot. Unexpectedly, she turned her head and saw the figure outside the window. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she grabbed a brush, leaned forward, and poked Yu Xiaoxiu's back. Yu Xiaoxiu looked up at the headmaster who was talking excitedly. Seeing that the headmaster wasn't paying attention to them, he turned his head and looked at Hu Tian'er to ask what she was doing. Hu Tian'er pointed outside the window with a face full of excitement. Yu Xiaoxiu turned his head again and saw Yu Shu, his mouth wide open in surprise. Yu Shu also saw Hu Tian'er's small movements. Seeing that Yu Xiaoxiu had found her, she smiled at him. She originally wanted to wait here for him to finish class, but who would have thought that there would be a good thing next to her? Headmaster, Yu Xiu's sister is looking for him. Hu Tian'er's voice woke all the children who were sleeping in the room. The headmaster raised his head and looked outside with a frown. He saw Yu Shu standing by the window and was about to reprimand Hu Tian'er when he heard a child say, "Sister Yu Xiu, isn't that the female fortune-teller?" Yu Xiaoxiu had Hu Tian'er as a friend. In the entire Baichuan Academy, there were probably only a few people who didn't know that this year's new fortune-teller was the biological sister of Yu Xiu, who was studying in Xiaoshuan's class. Instantly, the children all became alert and stretched their necks to look outside. Most of them had heard of the story of the female fortune-teller from the adults. Pairs of curious and excited eyes stared at Yu Shu, wanting to see through her. The headmaster also came back to his senses. Knowing the identity of the young lady outside the window, he didn't dare to neglect her. He put down his scroll and quickly walked out to ask, "Is this the new fortune-teller?" "Yes." Greetings from Chen Huaizhou, a 9th grade fortune-teller. Chen Huaizhou was a fortune-teller in the past and had a deep understanding of etiquette. When he saw Yu Shu, he also had to greet her. He didn't dare to look down on her because of her age. The children loved to join in the fun. Seeing the fierce-looking headmaster bowing to a young lady, they all chattered excitedly. "Headmaster, you don't have to be so courteous. Thank you for teaching my younger brother." Yu Shu raised her hand to return the greeting. Naturally, the headmaster was very friendly towards Yu Xiaoxiu's teacher. As a parent, no matter how capable they were outside, they were all like bears in front of the teacher. Not at all. Yu Xiu is a sensible and smart student. He doesn't cause trouble. The headmaster started to praise Yu Xiaoxiu. He wasn't lying. While Yu Shu met the headmaster outside, Yu Xiaoxiu was surrounded by some children in the study room. Many eyes were filled with envy. After all, not everyone could have a fortune-teller sister. Yu Xiaoxiu had been surrounded by many people recently. He was used to it. He glared at Hu Tian'er, who was eager to see the world in chaos, and whispered, "You're meddlesome." Hu Tian'er laughed and nudged him with his shoulder. He leaned over and whispered, "If you don't like it, don't admit it. In the future, I'll just say that my sister is here." Yu Xiaoxiu glanced at him again and said unhappily, "In your dreams." On the other side, Chen Huaizhou finally finished talking with Yu Shu. He turned his head to look at the mess in the room. He coughed and gave a warning look to a few naughty children. He then waved at Yu Xiaoxiu, asking him to come out. Yu Xiaoxiu went out obediently. Bai Ran, who was his study partner, didn't follow. Yu Shu and Chen Huaizhou greeted each other and led Yu Xiaoxiu away. As soon as the siblings were far away, the headmaster entered the study room with a straight face. He pointed at the students in the room and told them to sit back down. He lectured, "You naughty monkeys, don't think about making trouble all day long. Did you see that? That female fortune-teller is only a few years older than you, but even I, the headmaster, have to bow when I see her. This is because she is good at learning. If you want everyone to admire you, you are mediocre just by relying on your family name. You need to learn diligently so that you don't disappoint your parents. Achoo! Yu Shu, who was walking on the road, suddenly sneezed. Yu Xiaoxiu asked with concern, "Sister, did you catch a cold?" Yu Shu rubbed her nose and shook her head. "No, someone might be talking bad about me behind my back." At noon, Yu Shu brought Yu Xiaoxiu to Wang Jilu and had the kitchen prepare a lot of delicious food. She accompanied him for lunch and gave him a small bag of silver for him to spend. She told him that she wouldn't be going home for a while and told him not to run around, to study and practice calligraphy, and to listen to He Fangji. Before the afternoon, Yu Shu had Lu Zhong send Yu Xiaoxiu back to the academy. At noon, Shui Rui didn't come back. Yu Shu didn't plan to wander around the LoveLore Library. She stayed in the study and continued to copy the files. She had done a divination last night and felt that the day of the accident hadn't come yet. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. Shui Rui didn't come back, but a distinguished guest came to Wang Jilu. "Miss, Jing Wangye has come and asked you to come over to speak." Lin Fu stood at the door to report to Yu Shu. As soon as Yu Shu heard that Lu Tan had come, she quickly put down her pen and paper. After tidying up her clothes, she followed Lin Fu to an elegant room on the opposite side of the second floor. She passed by the guard outside and knocked on the door to enter. The candles in the room were brightly lit. Lu Tan was sitting beside a pear-blossom half-moon table. There was a wine pot beside his hand. He was dressed in a green silk upper garment. He was dressed in ordinary attire. He was still the same person. However, Yu Shu had not seen him for only half a month. She could tell that he was somewhat different. "Greetings to Wang Yi." Yu Shu changed the way she addressed him, guessing why he had come today. Chapter 421. Yu Shu found a chair and sat down. Lu Tan waved to the servant behind him to serve her tea. "How many days has it been since the murder happened in Taisher Shuyuan?" Lu Tan didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. Yu Shu also guessed his intention, so she answered after thinking, "It happened on the 6th day. It's been 6 or 7 days. I heard that you were the first one to find Miss Chow." "Yes, I accompanied Miss Six of the Axian family to the observatory to measure the stars at night, and then I saw her hanging in the hut." Strictly speaking, the first person to find Chow Yuling's body was Axian Lu. Then what about the note that was found in Miss Chow's room? Lu Ten frowned slightly. Why is there a false rumor that she was killed because she came out at night to meet Martial Uncle Jing Qin, and Cousin Roy sent someone to monitor him? Is it true? Yu Shu hesitated and said, "A note was found in Miss Chow's room. The handwriting on it was the same as Daozi's. Brother Shui sent someone to follow Daozi to avoid arousing suspicion. It can't be regarded as monitoring. If it was really monitoring, it should be closely watched. But 2 days ago, she saw Jing Chen and Ji Xingxuan walking together in the rain, and she didn't see any officers around them." Lu Tan's face was a little clear. Seeing that Yu Shu didn't understand, he sighed and said, "Yesterday morning, someone reported the case and distorted the facts, claiming that Miss Chow was killed tragically. They also said that Martial Uncle was monitored because of the murder, but the Supreme Court covered up and neglected the investigation." In a rage, my father reprimanded Guo Huaiyan, the minister of the Supreme Court. Then he summoned Cousin Rui, who was responsible for the case, to the palace and met him in the imperial study to question him personally. I don't know what happened at that time, but this morning, I heard that Cousin Rui was ordered to arrest the real murderer within a month, or he would be severely punished for dereliction of duty. Yu Shu was shocked when she heard this. Then she thought that Shui Rui came back late yesterday and was so busy today that she didn't even see him. He thought to himself, no wonder. To think that he dared to say that he was fine. This involved the emperor's order, and he had to be punished according to his crime. Dereliction of duty would cause him to lose his position. You call this fine? Yu Shu was a little annoyed. Shui Rui had concealed such a big matter from her, but it was not appropriate for her to reveal it in front of Lu Tan. She pulled a long face, weighed the situation, and asked doubtfully, who purposely twisted this matter in front of His Majesty. It wasn't hard for Yu Shu to guess the reason why the emperor was angry. It was because he cherished his nephew, Jing Qin. He did not want the reputation of his Daoist conferred title to be tarnished. He just didn't know who was fanning the flames. Hearing Yu Shu's message, Lu Tan's expression changed. He said, "It's the imperial censor Qing Fan." This was a strange name. Yu Shu had never heard of it before she entered the court. However, she was familiar with the surname Yin in Anling City. He was one of the 2 prime ministers in the court. One was Minister Shui, the head of the 6 ministries, and the other was Prime Minister Yin. The Yin family was the same as the Shui family. They were all the top nobles in the capital. The Shui family had a daughter who was an imperial concubine in the palace. She was Lu Tan's mother. The Yin family also had a daughter who was an imperial concubine in the palace. She was Prince Ning Lu Hao's mother, concubine Yin. Yu Shu thought of this and couldn't help but feel that this imperial censor Yin must have something to do with Prince Ning. Maybe it was Prince Ning who ordered him to stir up trouble. No matter whether Jing Qin or Shui Rui didn't please anyone, he would be happy to see it. Just when she was full of suspicion, someone outside the door reported, "Your Highness, Lord Shui is back. Please come in." Yu Shu turned her head and saw the door was opened. Shui Rui was still wearing the official robe that he left in this morning. She could see a trace of fatigue on his eyebrows. He looked at her. He turned to Lu Tan and bowed, "To your Highness." Lu Tan had been promoted to a prince. His status was far higher than when he was a prince. Shui Rui was cautious. Even if he had a good relationship with Lu Tan, he wouldn't be careless about these details. "Cousin, you don't have to be so polite. Sit down." Lu Tan's tone was much gentler than when he was talking to Yu Shu. He said that he would give up his seat, but he didn't move. Shui Rui sat down beside Yu Shu. When Yu Shu saw the pale corners of his mouth, she quickly poured a cup of tea and passed it to him to quench his thirst. After that, she didn't wait for him to speak before she sensibly stood up and said to Lu Tan, "Your Highness, since Big Brother is back, I will leave first." Lu Tan nodded and didn't ask her to stay. What he and Shui Rui wanted to say was not suitable for others to listen. Yu Shu turned her head and glanced at Shui Rui again. Then she left the door. When Yu Shu returned to her room, she wasn't in the mood to copy the data. She put away her pen and paper and called for a maid to pour water for her to wash up. She also ordered the kitchen to prepare food and wine. Looking at Shui Rui's appearance, it seemed that he hadn't eaten dinner yet. Shui Rui and Lu Tan didn't talk for long. After Yu Shu washed up and changed her clothes, she heard the door open. It was Lin Fu outside. "Miss, Jing Wangye is leaving. Gongye is calling for you." After Lu Tan left, Yu Shu definitely had to respectfully send him off. She hastily fastened her belt and hurriedly went downstairs. She just happened to catch up with Shui Rui, who was sending Lu Tan to the entrance of the backyard. She quickened her steps and stood next to Shui Rui. "Your Highness, take care." Lu Tan put on a scarlet cloak and turned his gaze to her. He smiled slightly and said, "Ben Wang is holding a banquet in Xianchun Garden. Don't miss the Lotus Room." After she finished speaking, she got into the carriage with the help of the eunuchs who bowed. Yu Shu and Shui Rui watched the carriage leave. Only when it was out of sight did she raise her head and say to the man beside her, why did you lie to me and say that it's nothing? Are you sure that you can find the murderer within a month? Regardless of whether I'm sure or not, I'll only know after I try. Shui Rui was exposed by her, but he didn't seem embarrassed at all. He said something ambiguous and walked towards the courtyard. Yu Shu gave a light humph and didn't pursue the matter of him hiding it from her. She slowly followed his footsteps. When Shui Rui was eating, Yu Shu sat beside him. She rested her chin on one hand and swirled an empty wine cup as she suggested, if there's no other way, why not find a reason to arrest Ji Xingxuan and force her to talk? How can we extort a fifth-class master of Yi without solid evidence? Moreover, Prince Ning is protecting her. Shui Rui rejected the idea. Why don't I come out and testify for you? I'll use my special technique, and will perform the questioning the underworld, to help you keep your black hat. Yu Shu continued to give him bad ideas. Shui Rui shook his head again. Not everyone can understand the Yi Shui. You can't explain it one by one. In the end, it's just empty talk. It's hard to convince people unless you're willing to give your strange art to Celestial Commissioner for verification. Are you willing to do that? Yu Shu said honestly, I can't bear to. What a joke. Even if she was willing to share her hard work with others, she couldn't explain to those old fogies how to apply the mathematical knowledge from 500 years later to the Yi Shui from 500 years ago. If she told them the truth, she might be locked up as a sorcerer. Shui Rui saw her unhesitant look and felt a little frustrated. He pretended to be unhappy and said, can't you think about it before you speak? Yu Shu smiled embarrassedly, I'm just thinking about it. I can't bear to do that either. Why do I have to do that? Facing such a heartless person, Shui Rui couldn't get angry or laugh even if he wanted to. This time, it was because he was careless that he fell into a trap and fell into a dilemma. That was why he had to make a military pledge. Facing this murder case with hidden secrets, he really had a headache. It's not that he didn't have the means to investigate, but it was inevitable that he would offend some people. If he became a target, it would be like drinking poison to quench his thirst. Fortunately, he still had some time to slowly worry about it. Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui's inadvertent frown and knew that he was troubled. She thought for a moment and straightened her face, saying, stop joking. I do have some ideas. Maybe I can help you. Chapter 422. 3 days had passed since the night Lu Tan visited Wangji Tower. The matter that Yu Shu entrusted to Shui Rui to inquire about was still unclear. On the surface, there was no progress in the case. On April 15th, there was Fang Zijing's morning class. It was arranged in the soaring yellow building of the northern courtyard, one of the 4 collections. There were hundreds of paintings and picture books here. They had been handed down from generation to generation, and quite a few of them were very valuable. Under normal circumstances, it was not open to the public unless it was personally led by academicians. Yu Shu had been here twice before and saw that the door downstairs was locked. So she had a chance to enter when Fang Zijing was giving a lecture here. The soaring yellow building was different from the other 3, but it was built on a flat mountain rock. It was cool and deep, and there were windows on all sides. Yu Shu looked around and entered the building. Situ Qinglan, who was standing at the staircase, saw her at a glance. She told the 2 female students next to her to go up first, and then walked quickly to Yu Shu. Miss Yu. Miss Situ, Yu Shu nodded to Situ Qinglan, who was smiling at her. I'm not late, am I? Has Academician Fang arrived? Grandfather is upstairs, come with me. Situ Qinglan pointed to the stairs and walked in front to lead the way for Yu Shu, while talking to her. Today we have a feast for the eyes. We are going to appreciate a few treasured river maps. Grandfather also specially took out a private collection. By the way, you didn't forget to bring the Bagua compass, right? I brought it. Yushu patted the bag tied to her waist, which contained the new compass that she had just exchanged a while ago. It was from the Axane family's great exchange shop. The two of them went up to the second floor and went straight to the corridor. They went around a screen embroidered with jasper and magnolia, and saw a large hall with windows on both sides. The hall was brightly lit, and on one of the white walls hung a few paintings of different lengths. Two of them were covered with cloth, and under the wall stood 6 or 7 students, both male and female, whispering to each other. There were also 2 female students who were newly admitted this year. They had changed into the newly made Xiang Fei dress, which was bright pink. It was very eye-catching. However, when Yushu saw the clothes, she felt that it was an eyesore. She turned her gaze and saw that there was an armchair placed under a rattan rack not far away. Fang Zijing was sitting there, looking at the scenery outside the window with his long sleeves covering his knees. His grizzled hair was coiled behind his head, and he wore a brown scarf, giving him the air of an old pedant. "Miss Yu, you can go ahead first. There are still a few people who haven't arrived yet. I'll go down to meet them." Situ Qinglan led Yushu to the door, then turned around and went downstairs. Yushu glanced at Fang Zijing. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to her, she didn't go up to speak. He walked over to the wall where the paintings were hung and picked a spot where no one was and stood. Some of the students who were listening to the zither by the bridge on the 9th day of the new year had seen her and recognized her. After hesitating for a while, 2 or 3 of them came forward one after another to greet Yushu. They saw that she wasn't in the mood to chat, so they all retreated. They didn't ask for trouble. Not long after, Situ Qinglan led the last 2 students who had rushed to the morning class upstairs. When everyone was present, Fang Zijing turned his attention from the window to the room and coughed lightly. He made the dozen or so people in the room quiet down and stand facing him. Fang Zijing first swept his gaze over the students, and his gaze swept past Yushu. He only paused for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and slowly said, "The 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The 4 arts of Manjushri are all related to the study of Yi, and their techniques are in harmony. They are the earliest strange arts, which is also the origin of the strange arts. In the last lecture, I explained the similarities between zither music and the study of Yi. When you go back, you should also do your homework. After today's lecture, I will leave someone alone to test you. Today, I asked you to come to the soaring yellow tower to enter the realm of painting and take you to see the river diagram." Speaking of this, he stopped and raised his hand to stroke his goatee. He asked, "Who can tell me about the origin of the 8 diagrams and the river diagram?" Every 3 years, a batch of new people came to the Taisho Shuyuan. The 18 academicians also talked about the old topics every 3 years. It could be said that they accommodated the new students, but there were some old students who followed Fang Zijing for the first year, so it didn't matter to them to study again. As soon as Fang Zijing's voice fell, after a short pause, someone came forward to answer, "I know. It is recorded in the CI of E that the 8 diagrams of Fuxi were derived from the river diagram on the back of the dragon horse. The river comes out of the diagram, and the luo comes out of the book. It is a natural divine object, and it is the rule of the sages." The person who answered was a young man of the same age as Yushu. He had a bright voice and a good appearance. Yushu looked around and saw a few people who opened their mouths but didn't get to speak. They didn't make excuses for Fang Zijing's question and seemed to be very willing to answer. Thinking about it, it was natural. After all, this was the Taisho Shuyuan. No one who could stand here was an idiot. No one from an aristocratic family would lose face outside. That's right. The river diagram uses 10 numbers to form 5 directions. The 5 elements, yin and yang, and even the image of heaven and earth. It is very grand. Look at the 2 sketches on the wall. You should know that the white circle is yang, symbolizing the sky above your head, and the black dot is yin, symbolizing the earth below your feet. Take out your divinatory compass and compare it to find the 5 elements first. As Feng Zijing spoke, Yushu took out the 8 diagrams compass like the other students and observed the black and white dragon horse on the wall. Although she could recite the position of the river diagram by heart, it was the first time for her to listen to such a detailed explanation. With Feng Zijing's attainments, when talking about the river diagram, he quoted from many sources, from ancient times to modern times. Even if he didn't enlighten her, Yushu, who was a self-learner halfway through her life, benefited a lot. Situ Qinglan stood beside her grandfather, Feng Zijing, and from time to time refilled his cup of tea to moisten his throat. Looking at the expressions of the young and old masters of Yi who listened carefully, she couldn't help but feel proud. Since she was 8 years old, she had been taught by Feng Zijing personally. She respected her grandfather more than anyone else. The morning class lasted for an hour, and no one felt bored. When the sunlight shone on Feng Zijing's feet, he stopped to speak. Only then did the students realize that the morning class was over. Qinglan, go and open the Taishe Shuyuan dragon horse scroll hidden in Tinghua and the auspicious cloud map that I have hidden for them to see. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, put them away. How much they can comprehend will depend on their luck. After Feng Zijing gave the order to Situ Qinglan, he stood up, rolled up his sleeves and left in the direction of the hall. Everyone bowed to send him off. When they turned back, they saw Situ Qinglan walking over. She ignited the incense burner on the round table, rubbed a stick of incense, and then lifted her hand to lift up a painting on the wall. The first thing that entered Yushu's eyes was a ball of golden light. When she fixed her eyes on it, it was an ancient image of a dragon horse drawn with gold lacquer and silver ink. It had a dragon head, dragon claws, golden scales on its neck, and water under its feet. When she saw the densely packed lines on the back of the dragon horse, her mind was suddenly shocked. She only felt that she couldn't hear any distracting thoughts, and she couldn't have any distracting thoughts in her mind. She focused all her attention on the painting. After an unknown period of time, she heard a ding sound in her ears, and then she woke up from that wonderful concentration. Her mind felt as if it was being caressed by the warm spring sun, and her whole body was warm from head to toe. She was at a loss for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, the ancient image of the dragon horse had already been covered. Her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly turned her head to look at the other painting, but she was one step too late. Situ Qinglan had already walked to the side of the painting, and reached out to pull the knots on the wall, and the painting was covered again. She only had time to see a red light. At the same time, there was a series of sighs in the hall. It seemed that many people were like Yushu, unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Shiji, a new student, was not willing to miss a good opportunity, and put his palms together, and said to Situ Qinglan, "Let us look at it a few more times." Situ Qinglan smiled sweetly. From the beginning to the end, she didn't look at the painting on the wall. She shook her head, and said to the young man who made the request, "Junior brother, you may not know this, these 2 river maps, the first look is the most beneficial, but if you look at it again, it's not good for people. If your mind is not firm, you will get hysterical for a few days, and then become stupid. I can't bear the responsibility." After saying that, she walked to the side of the incense burner, and put down a small copper hammer in her hand. It was the ding sound that she had used to hit the incense burner just now, and Yushu had heard. The group of people was disappointed, but they knew that they couldn't force it, so they watched Situ Qinglan carefully take the 2 strange paintings, roll them up, and put them under her armpit. The day after tomorrow, the academician will give a lecture at the Black Ink School in the afternoon. Remember to come early. Situ Qinglan smiled at Yushu, and walked out of the door. Yushu understood and followed, and the 2 of them left the hall and came to the corridor. Without waiting for Yushu to ask, Situ Qinglan, a clever woman, told her, "What Miss you saw just now is the Tai Dragon Horse Scroll, which was given to the Taisha Library by Qingyang Ez 60 years ago. It is said that the painting was drawn by an enlightened immortal, who refined the 64 red gold tripod legs offered by the Sanqing Temple, and hooked them into a dragon horse on the Yellow River on the double ninth day. When ordinary people see this painting, they can wash their minds, and not sleep for 3 days. They can also be 100 times more energetic. Those who are lucky can even open up their 9 apertures and open their minds." Hearing this, although Yu Shu was surprised, she had to believe it. After all, she had experienced it herself, and now her mind was much clearer than usual. But to say that she was 100 times more energetic and open her mind, she felt that it was an exaggeration. "Thank you for telling me." Unfortunately, she didn't get to see what the other strange painting looked like. "You're welcome. Then I'll go upstairs first. I have to return this Tai painting first." City Qinglan stopped at the stairs and said goodbye to Yu Shu. Yu Shu looked up the stairs and wondered, is it safe to put such a precious thing here? Aren't you afraid that it will attract thieves? City Qinglan smiled and told her vaguely, thieves can't get in upstairs. Yu Shu didn't understand. She thought that there were other mysteries in this attic, so it was not good to ask further. So she separated from her and went downstairs. After leaving Soaring Yellow Tower, Yu Shu didn't go anywhere else. She walked all the way to the front gate of the library, planning to return to Wangji Tower. While she was full of energy, she should speed up sorting out those files. The carriage parked on the street saw her coming out, so it drove over and stopped in front of her. The curtain was lifted, revealing a figure sitting by the window. "Shu. Eldest brother. Why are you here?" Yu Shu was a little surprised to see Shui Rui. He hadn't appeared in Taisha Library for a few days. Chapter 423. Yu Shu sat in the carriage and happily took the letter from Shui Rui's hand. She opened it and said to him, "You really have a way to find out." A few days ago, she learned about Shui Rui's situation from Lu Tan and made up her mind to help him solve the case. Therefore, she let go of her worries and asked him to investigate the birth dates of the new female students this year. She wanted to use the law of the time of disaster to find out the girl who was going to be killed in Xia Jiangmin's dream. The birth dates of the girls from aristocratic families were not easily revealed. Fortunately, Shui Rui really had a way to find out in just 3 days. Shui Rui had been kept in suspense by Yu Shu for a few days. In order to find out the birthdays of those young ladies, he had indeed gone through a lot of trouble. Now that he heard her praise him, he didn't feel anything special about it. He rubbed his forehead, leaned against the wall of the carriage and said to her, "What exactly do you want these for?" Yu Shu could not tell Shui Rui about Xia Jiangmin's secret. She had thought about how to explain it in the past 2 days, so she kept the letter that was filled with the 8 characters of her birth into her bosom pocket. She told him in all seriousness, "If I said that I observed the stars at night and noticed that another life was going to be lost in the Taisha Library, would you believe me?" Shui Rui looked at her and did not believe her at all. "Don't fool me. Tell me the truth. If she had the ability to determine people's life and death, why did she go to Taisha Library to study? If she said it, she would have been promoted by the Celestial Commissioner." Yu Shu laughed dryly and said, "Actually, I am not sure. It is just a guess. From the looks of it, Miss Chao's death was not successfully blamed on Jing Qin. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was framed. I assume that the real culprit was unwilling. Otherwise, why would Ji Xingxuan, who was his accomplice, get close to Jing Qin? I believe that they will continue to act. The worst-case scenario is that more people from the Taisha Library will be killed, so I want to start from this point. Although I don't have the ability to predict a person's death date, I have the ability to predict a disaster from the 8 characters of the 8 trigrams. Who knows, we might be able to gain some insight. That's what I meant. Her words, at first glance, sounded reasonable, but there was no lack of force. It wasn't that Shui Rui didn't hear it. He had high expectations of her previously, so he was inevitably disappointed now. However, he didn't expect that she was trying to cover up something else. Then why do you only want me to investigate the birthdays of the new girls? Shui Rui still had doubts. Yu Shu said matter-of-factly, there are nearly 200 students in the Taisher library. Most of the female students who have interacted with Jing Chen are new students this year. Isn't Miss Chow the same? If the murderer is looking for another target, there's a high chance that he'll start with this group of people. In fact, Xia Jiangmin's dream clearly told her that the girl who was pushed down the stairs was a new student wearing a pink uniform. Shui Rui thought for a while and felt that Yu Shu's words were not reliable. However, looking at her positive expression, it was not good for him to question her again, so he could only let her be. Back to the Wangji building. Yu Shu went into the study and took out the more than 10 copies of the 8 characters she had and started to calculate. During lunch, Shui Rui went upstairs to see her. Seeing that she was focused on some kind of speculation, he shook his head and went downstairs. Probably because she had seen the strange painting in the morning, Yu Shu's calculation was surprisingly smooth, and she got twice the result with half the effort. Before dusk, she had calculated the disaster times of the 12 female students in her hands, except for Chao Yiling and herself, in the past half-month. In the end, only one person attracted Yu Shu's attention, and unexpectedly, she knew this person. In terms of the disaster times, on the 20th of this month, this girl would have a fatal disaster. Originally, Yu Shu wasn't sure whether this person would die or not, but with Xia Jiangmin's dream, it was no accident that the girl who was pushed down the stairs was her. April 20th. 20th, Yu Shu muttered to herself for a while, and suddenly remembered. April 20th was the day when Lu Ten held a banquet in Xianchun Garden. Yu Shu suddenly stood up, pushed the chair away, and gathered the scattered papers on the table together. She told Xiaodai, who was serving tea, to burn it later, and hurried downstairs to discuss with Shui Rui. Shui Rui did not go out today, and he was downstairs reading the statements of the people involved in the case. Seeing Yu Shu push the door open and come in with a heavy face, he couldn't help but feel nervous, and blurted out, "How is it, did you calculate anything?" Yu Shu closed the door tightly, walked over and sat down next to him, hesitating about how to explain to him. Originally, Shui Rui didn't have any hope, but seeing her like this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If you want to say it, then say it. Why are you so quiet, making me anxious?" Yu Shu said with a complicated expression, "Finally, I calculated that a female student will have an accident, and the date is on the day of the 9th Prince's banquet." Shui Rui suddenly frowned. "Is it accurate?" Yu Shu nodded, and told him half the truth and half the lie. "From her birthday, there will be a fatal disaster, but I don't know if it has anything to do with the murder in the study garden." Shui Rui thought for a long time, and didn't say anything. Yu Shu tilted her head and looked at his solemn expression. After a while, she tentatively suggested, "In my opinion, when that day comes, we might as well keep an eye on her and wait for the rabbit to come to us. Perhaps we'll be able to uncover the murderer." By doing this, she was clearly using Qin Yuero as bait in an attempt to fish out the shark behind the murder case. This action was inhumane and righteous, so she thought it over and over again before saying it. She was afraid Shui Rui would object. If Yu Shu could think of this, Shui Rui naturally also thought of this point. Just as he was hesitating, she brought it up first. He turned his head to look at her, and if he looked carefully, it wasn't hard to see the apprehension in her eyes. His mind changed, and his expression softened. He said to her, "For now, we can only do this. For such a big matter, he, as a man, should be the one to worry about it." There was no need for her to carefully put herself in a dilemma. Seeing that he didn't object, Yushu relaxed and said, "Then let's plan it out. When that day comes, we'll keep an eye on her. Regardless of whether she has anything to do with Miss Chow's death or not, we can't let another person die." Shuirui nodded in agreement. He then asked, "You still haven't said which family's young miss is going to have an accident?" "AI." Yushu smiled bitterly. "I also recognize this person. At the end of last month, I held a banquet at Forgotten Machine Restaurant. You've seen that Miss Chin who came with Xian Lu, right? It's her." "That's right, the unlucky person she calculated was going to have a fatal disaster. It was Qin Yuero." Shuirui thought back and had a bit of an impression of Qin Yuero. He also thought of the Qin clan, so he told Yushu about the Qin clan's background. After the two of them discussed it, they came to a decision. Finally, they weren't like headless flies in a panic. Chapter 424. On April 17th, it rained again yesterday. The Taisha library was temporarily shrouded in a cool and humid air, which calmed many restless emotions. Yushu had just listened to academician Sima Kuei's astrology lecture yesterday. It happened to be the 7th day, so she came to the ink shop again this afternoon to listen to Fang Zijing's strange art lecture. Zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting were the earliest origins of the strange art. It would only be interesting if it was taught by an old teacher. Yushu had a deep impression of Fang Zijing's Dragon Horse River diagram in his first class. She was looking forward to seeing some treasures of calligraphy today. However, Fang Zijing did not prepare a long lecture today. He gave each of them a piece of willow paper and asked them to come forward one by one. He asked them to dip the paper in the ink from a fishtail inkstone in front of him to write. It was obvious that he was going to tell their characters. The first one to go up was a 20-year-old male fortune teller. Before he picked up the brush, Fang Zijing only asked, "What do you want to know?" As one of the strange arts, word reading was considered very common. However, the traders who set up stalls on the streets were mostly putting up a front and selling dog meat. They couldn't be real. However, in the Great Exchange Hall, they would often arrange for a fortune teller who was proficient in this art to answer the questions in the minds of some special customers. Fang Zijing was certainly not just for show since he could sit here. The male fortune teller thought for a while and asked, "I lost a waist ornament last month. I like it very much. May I ask if I can find it again?" Fang Zijing nodded his head and gestured for him to write a random word. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. No matter how amazing a word is, one must first know what the person is asking and then look at the person's writing. Only a random word would not be able to tell any clues. The rest of the students were watching from a distance. Yushu saw that he had written the word "sun." There was nothing else, but the color of the ink was slightly different from ordinary ink. It was not jet black, nor was it jet black, but a slightly viscous blue-black color. She guessed that the small inkstone. There must be something behind it. Fang Zijing took the word in front of him and looked at it carefully for a while. Then he said, "The art of word-telling covers all kinds of things. Some connected the feet, some pierced the heart, some chopped, some added strokes, and some subtracted strokes. I'm sure you've all heard of the Northern Iwenchen clan. Their forte lies in the art of word prediction. There's also a wondrous art of fortune-telling that was passed down by Wenqin Yitzi in the past, but it's not worth mentioning to outsiders." First, he said something off-topic. Yushu had heard about the Wenqin family, so she remembered Wen Shaoan, who entered the university with her this year. She wondered how he was doing now and which academicians he had studied under. This old man has been immersed in strange arts for dozens of years. He had seen more than 100 strange arts, and he had mastered 18 of them. Among them was word-telling. Even though it can't be compared to Wenqin, it can still be taken out. Whenever you look at the words, apart from life and death, there is an explanation. Just like everyone else, Yushu's heart palpitated when she heard Fang Zijing casually mention that he possessed 18 kinds of strange techniques. Rare techniques were hard to come by, and those who obtained them would treasure them dearly. One of the most basic conditions was to have a unique skill that was passed down in the family. If others could master one skill, they would be thankful. However, this ordinary-looking old man in front of them had mastered 18. Fang Zijing looked at the respectful faces of these young people with satisfaction. He didn't mean to show off, but he wanted to motivate them. If a learner had no desire to learn, no matter how good his aptitude was, it would be a waste. As he said this, he passed the willow paper to the male disguise master opposite him and said, "This word, sun, is wide open and can be removed or removed. There is a square inch of space at the bottom, and it is not far away. As I expected, the thing you lost was not picked up by someone else. Go back and look for it in your resting place. You'll find it in less than 3 days." The melee master was delighted. He didn't doubt Fang Zijing's words at all. After thanking him, he stepped aside and took the place of another person. Yushu watched from the side. Fang Zijing tested word by word without any hesitation. However, some people were happy, while others were sad. She stayed until the last person, and then she stepped forward and asked an unimportant question. The Celestial Commissioner made a seal. "My operator seal has not been sent yet. Could you please help me check when it will be sent to me?" After saying this, she wrote a word on the paper, "Wait." Fang Zijing glanced at her, and his expression was the same as before. However, when he looked at her words, he obviously spent a little more time before he gave her an answer, in less than 3 days. "Wait." Yushu nodded and stepped back. There were a total of 14 students today. After they solved the questions one by one, the class was over. Originally, a group of people was immersed in the question just now, but when Fang Zijing said a few words, it was like throwing a brick into a pond. From today until the end of the year, if there is someone among you who doesn't miss the class and is diligent, I'll teach him the strange technique that I used today. Even the children of aristocratic families who had inherited the family inheritance could not help but be excited when they heard Fang Zijing's promise. This was a strange technique. Who would complain about having too many? Compared to the restlessness of the people around, Yushu seemed calm. It was not that she was not tempted, but she had the rule of the time of misfortune in her hands. There would be a day when she could complete it, so she didn't have the mood to covet other people's things. "Alright, let's disperse for today. Go back and prepare the black and white chess pieces. In the next class, we'll talk about chess." Fang Zijing leaned back in his chair and waved his sleeves at the group of students. Before he finished his words, he stopped Yushu. "Yushuanzi, stay here. I have something for you to do." Everyone looked at Yushu enviously. It should be known that she had done what the academician asked her to do. After a long time, she would have private advice. Yushu also learned some rules of the LoveLore Library from Xian Lu. She knew that it was a good thing to help the academician, so she stayed obediently. After everyone left, Fang Zijing turned around and took a foot-long brocade box from under the bookshelf. He handed it to Yushu and said, "Qinglan is not here today. You can help me run an errand. A few days ago, I was enlightened by Daozi and comprehended an astrology technique. This is a thank you gift. You can send it to him on my behalf. What are you waiting for? Go quickly and don't forget to come back and reply." Fang Zijing did not care why Yushu looked strange. He stuffed the gift box to her and lay down on the rattan chair beside him to close his eyes to rest. Yushu was very helpless. She thought to herself, why is she so lucky? She had obviously been avoiding Jing Qin, but everything was related to him. Every time she saw him looking at her with a cold face and ignoring her, how could she feel good in her heart? No matter how tangled Yushu was, she still left with the box. Feng Zijing crossed his arms and opened his eyes a slit, watching as her figure disappeared. He snorted and said to himself, "It's hard for me not to step into this muddy water." On the way, Yushu met an older student and asked him about it. She learned that Jing Chen had been giving lectures in the fragrant hut next to the garden these days, so she went to find him. The garden of the Taisha library was not very big, and there were not many exotic flowers and plants. However, the gardeners were diligent. During the change of spring and summer, it was also luxuriant and prosperous. Yushu looked all the way, but her path was blocked by the hanging branches. She picked 2 small flowers and smelled them. They still had a fragrance, so she put them in her sleeve. The fragrant hut was built on a stone mountain. Yushu climbed up the stairs. Halfway up, she heard a familiar voice coming from above. She listened carefully and found that it was Jing Chen giving a lecture. The voice was clear and easy to recognize. The 7 passes referred to above are Yunkan Pass, Shangwei Pass, Zichen Pass, Shangyang Pass, Tianyang Pass, Yusu Pass, and Taiyu Pass. The corresponding 7 stars are Tanlang, Jumen, Lutsuan, Wenxiu, Lianjin, Wuxiu, and Pejuan. Yushu stopped at the last few sections of the stone platform. She was hesitating whether to go up or not. Suddenly, Jing Chen's voice fell, and another cold female voice sounded. "I heard that Maoshan Taoism has the number rush to 9, which can be used to observe the stars. Academician is from the Maoshan Taoism, can you explain it to me?" The woman's voice stunned Yushu, and then her face darkened. Because the person who spoke was Ji Xingxuan, whom she had been thinking about recently. For some reason, she took 2 steps back and stood on the steps, listening to Jing Chen and Ji Xingxuan's questions and answers, which involved astrology. Whether it was deep or shallow, whatever Ji Xingxuan asked, Jing Chen did not understand. The harmonious relationship between teacher and student made Yushu's heart feel heavy, and she felt cold even though there was no wind. She thought that Jing Chen had really made a clean break with her. He knew that Ji Xingxuan had a grudge against her, and that they were old enemies, but he still gave her advice. He had even promised her to stay away from Ji Xingxuan, the scourge. He must have forgotten all about it. Should she praise him for his diligence as an academician, or be angry at him for not keeping his promise? In the distant past, he was still that ignorant fool. She had once imagined the day he recovered his memories, and how he would guide the stars and moon and talk about metaphysics with her. What sort of scene would that be? But now it would seem that it had actually become an illusion, an empty dream. Perhaps what she had hoped for was the fool who never left her side, and not the Daozi who was as bright as the moon. Yushu stood silently for a long time, and her eyes flashed with self-mockery. After she calmed down, she stepped on the cold, moss-covered stone steps and walked up to the fragrant hut. She reached out to open the curtain and looked up. She saw the situation inside the hut. He saw a spacious and bright room. On a soft mat, Jing Chen, who was dressed in a jujube muslin robe, sat cross-legged. He held a scroll in his hand. 2 seats below him, a slender woman with light yellow hair sat alone. The sound of the curtain falling was heard by the 2 people in the room. Jing Chen had already noticed that someone was eavesdropping outside the hut, but he didn't care. When he looked up and saw the person walking in, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on the scroll in his hand. Ji Xingxuan also turned her head. When she saw Yushu walking in, she gently raised her eyebrows, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. She stood up with her hands on the ground and greeted Yushu. "Greetings, female fortune-teller." A fall into the pit, a gain in her wit. She had been attacked by Yushu once at the observatory and made a fool of herself in public. How could she give Yushu a chance to find fault with her? Yushu slowly glanced at her, too lazy to answer. She walked forward, bent down, and placed the gift box in her hand on the desk in front of Jing Qin. She said, "Academician Fong asked me to give Daozi a gift to thank you for solving his doubts not long ago." Jing Chen looked down and watched as she put down the box. A bright red color inadvertently fell from her sleeve. It was a blooming albizia flower on a tree in the courtyard. Yu Shu didn't pay attention to it. She put down the box, said goodbye, and turned around. She walked past Ji Xingxuan, who was bowing her head in greeting, and lifted the curtain to leave. Ji Xingxuan saw the estrangement between them. Her eyes moved, and she bowed to Jing Chen and also said goodbye. "Thank you, academician, for your explanation today. This student will go first." Ji Xingxuan walked out of the fragrant hut and stood on the steps. She looked at Yu Shu, who hadn't gone far. She lifted the hem of her skirt and quickly followed. In the hut, Jing Chen gently picked up the bewitching acacia flower and smelled its sweet fragrance. He stared blankly for a while, then slowly stood up and walked to the window, flicking his sleeves and tossing it away. Chapter 425. Yu Shu heard footsteps behind her and stopped under a tree. She turned around and saw Ji Xingxuan carrying a bamboo brush basket. She rolled up her sleeves and walked in front of her in a few steps. "Why are you following me?" Yu Shu frowned. There were only a few days left until the spring garden banquet. She had to keep an eye on Qin Yuero, the bait. She didn't want Ji Xingxuan, the suspect, to notice anything at this critical moment. As usual, Ji Xingxuan wore a veil over her face. Only her forehead and eyes could be seen. She looked at Yu Shu with a smile that wasn't a smile and said unhurriedly, "I'm curious. What happened between you and academician Jing? Why do you act as if you don't know each other? I thought you would study under him, but I heard that you went to see academician Sima instead." Yu Shu naturally heard the mockery in her words. She raised her eyebrows and asked instead of answering, "I'm also curious. How can you study under Jing Qin with a clear conscience? Aren't you afraid that Lord Ji will scold you for being an unfilial descendant if he finds out in the afterlife?" Ji Huaishan practiced favoritism and committed fraud during the Dian examination. Both Yu Shu and Jing Qin pointed out that they were guilty. In the end, Ji Xingxuan bit her tongue to avoid punishment. At one point, in court, she angrily accused the two of them of being her grandfather's murderers. But now, she calmly asked for guidance from Jing Qin and bowed her head to be his disciple. This broad-mindedness indeed made Yu Shu admire. Yu Shu always knew where Ji Xingxuan's sore spot was. But today, Ji Xingxuan seemed to be especially resistant to being trampled on. "You don't need to say anything to anger me. Even if my grandfather knows in the afterlife, he would only curse some sinister people." Ji Xingxuan's eyes turned cold. She didn't lose her composure like she did at Qiongyu brothel. Yu Shu pursed her lips, thinking that she was just scolding her. She was not in the mood to argue with her anymore. "Then don't meddle in other people's business. Whether Jing Qin and I are good or bad, it has nothing to do with you. If you have nothing better to do, why don't you go back and please your master, lest you lose his favor?" As she spoke, she turned sideways and fiddled with the flowers by the roadside. She turned her head and cast a teasing glance at Ji Xingxuan from the corner of her eye. That glance. It was extremely sarcastic. Ji Xingxuan pursed her lips tightly, her back stiffened into a straight line. A few months ago, her family had been defeated and she had no choice but to rely on Lu Hao. She had to endure humiliation to preserve her chastity. However, to someone as proud and arrogant as her, Ji Xingxuan had no other choice. Because of this, she became a target of gossip, but it became a source of hatred in her heart. When she thought of this, she couldn't help but hate the person in front of her even more. Her hatred grew to the extreme, but she became calmer instead. She lowered her head and smiled, saying, "Thank you for reminding me, I almost forgot. Yesterday, after the Shuangyang meeting ended, I accompanied them to the banquet at Ningguangfu. At that time, there were many guests and I saw the 11th prince. When I saw that he had brought a new pet with him, I felt that she looked very familiar. So I took a few more glances and saw that arrogant demeanor. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that she was the sister of the fortune teller." Yu Shu narrowed her eyes. Seeing that Ji Xingxuan didn't seem to be lying, she was instantly enraged. She gave Lu Yi, that brat, a good beating in her heart. In the next moment, she was suspicious. Lu Yi, that brat, should be afraid of her. Why was he suddenly so fearless? However, in the next moment, Ji Xingxuan answered her doubts, speaking of which, the 11th prince can't be blamed for his carelessness. After all, he knew that he was being threatened. He was beaten for nothing and had to leave the Shuangyang meeting midway. Naturally, he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Unfortunately, the one who threatened him now has a new leader, so he couldn't directly settle the score with her. He could only find another way to vent his anger. So Lu Yi already knew. Yu Shu stared at Ji Xingxuan in an unfriendly tone. "When did you tell him?" During the Shuangyang meeting, Lu Yi had slipped into the room she was resting in and wanted to do something to her. She had caught him and beaten him up. She had then lied to him that her teacher was an expert from a Daoist sect to suppress this scandal. Who knew that Ji Xingxuan, who was staying next door, had heard everything? A few days later, she had used this to threaten her for the rest of the Luyao technique. At that time, Yu Shu had not given in. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, she would change her mind? Ji Xingxuan had missed the best chance to control her, so Yu Shu didn't take this matter to heart. Who knew that in the past few days, Ji Xingxuan would dig it out again? One rainy day, didn't I meet the female fortune teller in the study garden? Ji Xingxuan sneered. "I remember that at that time, someone warned me that I would be skinned. I was scared and spilled the beans in front of your highness. I actually told him the dirty things that I heard in Cheongyu House that day. As for how your highness told the 11th prince, I don't know." Yu Shu was at the peak of the Shuangyang meeting. Ji Xingxuan chose to avoid her. The two of them met again in the Taisher study garden. Ji Xingxuan avoided Yu Shu several times when she saw her, but it didn't mean that she was prepared to endure it forever. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, not to mention that she was not a kind person. Yu Shu's face was tense. Her eyes flickered as she looked at Ji Xingxuan. Ji Xingxuan moved and walked towards her. She stopped when she was just a step away from her. Her eyes looked down and stared at Yu Shu's slender neck. She lowered her voice and said to her, "You destroyed my family. Every day and night, I hate that I can't strangle you to death with my own hands. Don't worry, as long as I am still alive, there will be a day when I will make you wish you were dead." Ji Xingxuan's cold breath touched Yu Shu's neck, and she couldn't help but feel her throat tighten. For a moment, she felt that Ji Xingxuan was really going to reach out and strangle her neck. She stood there without moving. Ji Xingxuan retreated. She lowered her head and walked past her. It was as if nothing had happened and those words of hatred were all an illusion. After a while, Yu Shu turned around and stared at the crescent door at the exit of the garden. She frowned and felt inexplicably uneasy. Why was Ji Xingxuan so fearless? During dinner, Shui Rui noticed that Yu Shu was absent-minded. He moved the spoon in his hand and pushed back her chopsticks that were about to reach into the fish soup. He teased, "When did you learn to use chopsticks to serve soup?" Yu Shu retracted her chopsticks and twitched the corner of her mouth in embarrassment. Shui Rui sighed and put down his bowl and chopsticks. He was ready to solve her problem first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat peacefully. "Tell me, what's wrong with you?" Why are you so listless? Yushu said perfunctorily, I'm thinking about the topic that Academician Fong talked about in the afternoon. Tell me the truth. Shui Rui was already used to her talking nonsense. Now, even if he closed his eyes, he could still guess whether she was telling the truth or lying. Yushu paused. She thought in her heart, how should she tell Shui Rui the truth? Should she say that she felt stifled when she saw Jing Chen lecturing Ji Xingxuan today? Or should she say that the 11th prince had once taken advantage of her and now found a girl who looked similar to her to play with him? Or should she say that Ji Xingxuan almost reached out to strangle her neck today? Yushu was depressed. It seemed that none of them could be shared with Shui Rui. Actually, I miss little Xiao. Why don't I go home tomorrow? Well, go home tomorrow if you have nothing else to do. Shui Rui seemed to believe her. He picked up his chopsticks and asked casually, Did you see Ji Xingxuan in the study today? Yushu wanted to say no, but she changed her mind. Ji Xingxuan was now a key figure in the murder case. 2 lives were involved. It seemed inappropriate not to mention what happened to them to Shui Rui. Yes, I saw her. Did you talk? Shui Rui asked in a few words. It was not hard to figure out the main point. There was nothing in the Taisho study that could trouble her. One was Ji Xingxuan, and the other was Jing Qin. Yushu scratched her chin and said, I did talk a little. I paid attention to my words and actions. She will not notice anything strange. Speaking of this, she remembered Ji Xingxuan's fearless look. She frowned and said, Big brother. I think that if the people behind Ji Xingxuan were the ones who plotted against Jing Chen back then they must be a very powerful party. What do you think? What do you think? Is it related to Prince Ning? The only thing that Ji Xingxuan relied on was power. From the people around her, Lu Hao was the most suspicious one. If it was really Prince Ning, then it would involve a lot of things. If she and Shui Rui found out who the mastermind was, the whole court would be shaken. Shui Rui was obviously clearly aware of this since the beginning. Now that Yushu had clearly pointed it out, he wasn't shocked or afraid in the slightest, and he said with a flat tone, No matter who is involved, we must investigate this murder case. We must investigate this murder case thoroughly. It is also the will of His Majesty. Yushu successfully changed the topic. Shui Rui did not try to pull her back. Anyway, he had guessed that her bad mood was because of Ji Xingxuan. Seeing that she looked better, he urged her to drink the soup while it was hot. The two of them ate dinner. Shui Rui suggested that they go to the courtyard for a drink. Yushu thought about it and did not refuse. She went upstairs to her room to wash her face. After cleaning herself up, she went up to the 3rd floor. Shui Rui had already had someone set up a couch and was waiting for her. To keep cool, Yushu only wore a round-collared, small-sleeved, striped blouse over her white online top. She sat on the short couch covered with a leather blanket. When the wind blew, she shrank her neck and lowered her head to sneeze. The wind is cold at night. Why didn't you put on more clothes before coming out? Shui Rui scolded in a low voice. He took the cloak hanging on the railing and shook it out to cover her shoulders. His fingers hooked around the collar and he bent down to tie it for her. Yushu reacted half a beat slower. Seeing his face come closer, she could only turn her head away. She didn't want him to find her uncomfortable, so she cleared her throat and asked, What kind of wine? It's green cattail wine from Jiangxi. Smell it and see if it's very light. Shui Rui tied the cloak properly for her, then he sat by her side. His long arm reached for a white porcelain wine bottle and passed her a small, round, and adorable flower-shaped cup. Then, he filled each of their cups. Yushu was about to bring it to her mouth when Shui Rui stopped her. Wait. While speaking, she saw him take the fruit box from the wine table and hand it to her. Yushu saw clearly that there were more than a dozen golden orange fruits inside. They looked like loquat fruits, but they were much smaller. Shuai saw that she didn't want to admit it, so he smiled and said, "This is a golden pill from Sichuan. It can stimulate saliva and stop coughing. Put one in your mouth, bite it and drink the wine. Let's see how it tastes." Yushu doubtfully pinched a golden fruit and put it in her mouth. As soon as she bit it, she wrinkled her nose because of the unique sour and bitter taste. She almost spat it out. She hurriedly put the wine in her mouth. Who knew that the moment the wine entered her mouth was filled with a spicy sweetness that quickly spread to her limbs and bones. Yushu was startled. She was sure that her ears must have turned red. The golden fruit was still in her mouth. Yushu chewed and chewed. The bitter taste just now disappeared, leaving only a sour and sweet taste. "How is the taste?" Shuai asked. Yushu was pleasantly surprised and nodded, "Good wine, great." At the beginning, it was bitter, but for the sweet taste later, she was willing to eat that little bit of bitterness. Shuai raised the corner of his mouth and looked up at the silver moon in the sky. He said seriously, Chapter 426. Because of Shuai's words, Yushu woke up the next morning. When she washed up, she could still taste the bittersweet taste of alcohol from last night. She only drank 1 cup of wine last night, and the rest went into Shuai's stomach. However, he did not say anything else that would make one's imagination run wild, so Yushu pretended not to argue with him. After breakfast, Shuai was about to go out. Yushu did not need to go to Taisha Shuyuan today, so she planned to stay upstairs and sort out the files. She did not expect that not long after Shuai left, someone came looking for her. "Miss, the shopkeeper is outside." The maidservant, Xiaodai, walked lightly to the door of the study. Yushu just picked up the brush and copied a few words. Without raising her head, she said, "What's the matter?" "Let him in." "Yes." A moment later, Lin Fu walked into the private room and entered the study with his head slightly lowered. "Miss, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Lord Chiu is here." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Chiu Jiming. Yushu had met him at the banquet at Wangjilu at the end of March. He was a guest invited by Shuai, so she had some impression of him. Thinking that this Lord Chiu was here to look for Shuai, Lin Fu did not dare to slight her, so he came to ask her. However, Yushu was too lazy to go out to meet him, so she stopped writing and turned her head. "Big brother went to the yamen today and will not be back for a while. Tell Lord Chiu that he has something to do and come back at night." Lin Fu hesitated. "Lord Chiu is not here to look for young master. He is here to see Mississippi, eh?" Yushu was puzzled. "He is here to look for me." Lin Fu nodded and took out a name card from his sleeve and handed it over with both hands. Yushu took it and looked at it. This name card was actually made by the government, and it was signed with Chiu Jiming's private seal. Yushu hesitated and said, "Clean up the room next door and invite Lord Chiu upstairs. Serve him good tea. I will be there in a while. Those who come are guests." The position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works is a lucrative one. Although Chiu Jiming cannot be compared to the nobles of Enling, he is still a 5th-ranked official, the same rank as Shuai. Lin Fu obeyed and went to make arrangements. Yushu looked at the loose robe on her body and went back to the bedroom to change into proper clothes. After washing her hands, she went next door to meet the guest. As soon as Yushu entered the room, she saw Chiu Jiming sitting on a chair in the hall. This Lord Zhao was over 30 years old and had a dignified appearance. At this moment, he was frowning, and there was a layer of green beard on his chin. There were also some bruises under his eyes. He was not as spirited as when Yushu first saw him. Lord Chiu. When Chiu Jiming saw Yushu enter, his brows relaxed a little. He stood up and cupped his hands in greeting. Female Oracle. Yushu raised her hand and invited him to sit down. She walked to sit opposite him. Seeing that he was not in good spirits, she did not pretend to be polite. She opened her mouth and asked for his purpose. May I know why Lord Chiu is here today? Chiu Jiming first looked at the wide open door and said to Yushu, can we avoid people's eyes and ears? Yushu saw that he was being secretive and muttered in her heart. But she still had Xiao Dai close the door. If Lord Chiu has something to say, you can say it. Normally, no one comes up to the second floor. Today I came to ask the female oracle for an idea. When Chiu Jiming said this, he stopped and stared at Yushu. Yushu smiled and said, Darren has to say it, then I will know if I can help. Chiu Jiming sighed and said with a sad face, this month, Madam and my daughter. It turned out that at the beginning of the 4th month, Madam Chiu and Miss Chiu went to the Ascending Cloud Monastery outside the city to pray. On the night they came back, Miss Chiu had a strange illness. She talked nonsense and said that she was a fox and wanted to go back to the forest. She also scratched 2 maids. Chiu Darren had no choice but to tie his daughter up. Unexpectedly, the next morning, Miss Chiu was back to normal. The family didn't have time to rejoice when Miss Chiu fell sick again at night. They found several doctors, but they couldn't do anything. Medicine didn't help. Madam Chiu cried and said that her daughter was bewitched by a wild spirit. Chiu Darren invited a Taoist priest from the Ascending Cloud Monastery to cure her. Unexpectedly, the Taoist priest saw Miss Chiu and was so angry that he blew his beard and wanted to leave. He said that Miss Chiu had offended the 3 pure ones and was punished by heaven. If he took care of this matter, he would also be implicated. Thus, Miss Chiu's illness was delayed. She was awake during the day and fell sick at night. After half a month, she was tortured to the point that a layer of her skin was peeling off. Seeing that her body was getting worse, Chiu Darren came to ask Yushu for help. Miss Yu is a fortune teller who is in the top 3 of the 2 rankings this year. In addition to being good at mathematics, she is also good at magic. You must have a cure. I want you to come to the estate and see if my daughter can be saved. Chiu Jiming's eyes were already red as he said this. He looked like a loving father. He really had no choice but to seek help in a desperate situation. However, Yushu didn't immediately agree. She was a fortune teller, not an immortal. It seemed that even the Taoist priests of the Ascending Cloud Monastery didn't care about this kind of evil thing, so she might not have a cure. She didn't want to be criticized behind her back if she couldn't see the problem. Why doesn't Lord Chiu go to a few big exchange shops and ask people to try? Yushu said tactfully. Chiu Jiming smiled bitterly. My daughter was engaged 2 months ago. The other party is one of the 12 aristocratic families. These aristocratic families are often on the same side. If I go to the big exchange shop to ask people, the news of my daughter's illness will soon spread. The other party will definitely break off the engagement. Even if my daughter is cured, she won't be able to face anyone for the rest of her life. With her stubborn personality, I'm afraid she will commit suicide. What he meant was that Yushu, who didn't have an aristocratic family background and was a skilled fortune teller, could easily treat Miss Chiu's illness and keep it a secret. At this point, Yushu saw that he was a man with tears in his eyes and sincere words, so she couldn't refuse. She thought about it and said, I can't guarantee this. After all, I only read people's fortunes and have never encountered such an evil thing. How about this? I'm free today, so I'll go with Lord Chiu. If there's no other way, we'll talk about it when we see your daughter. Seeing that she agreed, Chiu Jiming hurriedly stood up. Thank you, female fortune teller. I've prepared a soft sedan outside. Please go. Yu Shu said, there's no hurry. You go downstairs first. I'll go back to my room to get a few things and then follow you. Chiu Jiming of course agreed. Before he came, he knew that Yu Shu would reject him. Now that he managed to invite her, he finally had something to look forward to. At night, when Shui Rui came back, he didn't see Yu Shu and asked Xiao Dai about it. Replying to Lord, Miss was invited away by Assistant Minister Chiu Jiming in the morning. She hasn't returned yet. Shui Rui was curious why Chiu Jiming invited Yu Shu, so he asked in detail. However, Yu Shu and Chiu Jiming spoke with the door closed during the day, so Xiao Dai didn't hear it. She shook her head and said she didn't know. Shui Rui was worried. Seeing that it was dark outside, he didn't change his clothes and planned to go out to look for her. Unexpectedly, when he reached the courtyard, he saw the back door open. Yu Shu led Xiao Qing and slowly walked in, looking exhausted. Shu. Hearing the call, Yu Shu looked up and saw Shui Rui standing in the courtyard. She quickened her steps. Big brother, you're back. Shui Rui nodded and looked her up and down. He only thought that she was tired but didn't see anything wrong. Only then did he relax. He put one hand around her back and helped her into the room. Why is Lord Chiu looking for you? Yu Shu lazily sat on the chair and reached out her hand. Have a cup of tea first. When Shui Rui heard her voice was hoarse, he didn't need the servants to personally pour some tea and place it into her hands. After letting the tea moisten her throat, Shui Rui told her everything about the reason why Chiu Jiming came to visit this morning. It was a family scandal, but Yu Shu didn't think it was necessary to hide it from Shui Rui. After all, his mouth was much tighter than hers. After listening to the reason, Shui Rui was a bit unhappy. You're not a Taoist priest who can catch monsters. This Chiu Jiming is making things difficult for you. Yu Shu chuckled. Seeing her expression, Shui Rui's eyes turned and he said suspiciously, don't tell me that you really know how to catch monsters. After getting along with her for a long time, it seemed that all the strange things he saw on her were no longer strange. Yu Shu blinked her eyes. I don't know how to catch monsters, but I know how to catch people. Seeing Shui Rui's puzzled face, she twisted her body and leaned on the armrest to talk to him about what happened during the day. When she went to Assistant Minister Chiu's residence, she saw Miss Chiu who was sick and bedridden. She didn't get sick during the day, so Yu Shu chatted with her for a while. She didn't find any clues, so she asked for Miss Chiu's date of birth and had someone find a quiet room. She used the law of time of misfortune to calculate the first half of the month. She wanted to know what was wrong with her. Shui Rui asked curiously, did you calculate it? I did. Then what's going on? Yu Shu snorted and said, there's nothing wrong with Miss Chiu at all. Ha! Shui Rui couldn't react for a moment. Yu Shu explained to him, according to what Chiu Darren said, when Miss Chiu went to the Ascending Cloud Monastery to offer incense, she was touched by something. This kind of evil can be considered a disaster. I should be able to calculate it, but from Miss Chiu's date of birth, she didn't have any disaster on that day. Instead, it was very smooth. Shui Rui understood immediately. He frowned and said, you mean, she pretended to be crazy? I wasn't sure at first, but I sent the others away and only left Miss Chiu and me in the room. After bluffing her for a while, she finally told me the truth. Guess what happened? It turns out that Miss Chiu already had someone she liked. She was dissatisfied with the marriage that her family had arranged for her, so she pretended to be crazy and wanted to escape from the marriage. It's a pity that her parents loved their daughter so much that they were kept in the dark and were tormented by her these days. Shui Rui listened and thought it was ridiculous. He said, Chiu Jiming has a good temper, but he cares a lot about his face. You exposed his daughter's pretense, but he didn't faint from anger. Who said I exposed her? Yu Shu curled her lips. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a good person at both ends. That Miss Chiu pulled out a hairpin and pressed it against her neck, begging me to help her keep it a secret. If I didn't agree, she would kill herself in front of me. So I pushed the boat with the current and talked to her. I went out and told official Chiu. I found a random excuse and took him to the Ascending Cloud Monastery. I burned incense in front of the 3 pure Taoist ancestors and pretended to dig a handful of soil under the tree in the backyard. When I got back, I put it under Miss Chiu's pillow. In the end, when the sky turned dark, Miss Chiu was naturally safe and sound. She didn't have any crazy anymore. She stopped to rest and took a sip of tea. She continued, Official Chiu and his wife believed me completely. I took the opportunity to warn them that because their precious daughter was disrespectful and offended the 3 pure Taoist ancestors, the marriage should not be with a man born in a certain year and a certain month. Chiu Darren didn't even think about it and decided to dissolve the marriage with Miss Chiu. This was exactly what Miss Chiu wanted. Everyone was happy and I was the good person at both ends. After listening to the whole story, Shui Rui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Yu Shu's face getting closer and closer. He bent his finger and lightly tapped her forehead, saying, You always have a lot of evil ideas. His finger was cold. Yu Shu shrank her neck and sat up straight. She said to Shui Rui, I just don't understand. Shouldn't the Taoist priests at the Ascending Cloud Monastery be very intelligent? Why would they pretend to be mysterious and deceive people? Shui Rui smiled and asked, Who told you that Taoist priests don't deceive people? Chapter 427. April 20th, Xianchun Gardens banquet was held in the evening. Yu Shu was staying at Wang Ji Lu when someone came to deliver the gift list. Yu Shu and Shui Rui had just finished their breakfast. One was preparing to go upstairs, while the other was planning to go out. Lin Fu brought them to the door and handed a gift list and a letter to Yu Shu. She rolled her eyes and heard the steward outside respectfully say, Our family's Darren has been really busy these days. He told this lowly one to deliver the letter. The gift has already been delivered to your residence. Our Darren will definitely pay a visit to Swansea another day and thank you in person. Yu Shu opened Chiu Jiming's letter and looked at it. Her eyebrows twitched. She said a few words to the steward and then had Lin Fu send the person out. Shui Rui took Chiu Jiming's gift list from her hand and scanned it. He didn't find it expensive, so he smiled and said to Yu Shu, Chiu Darren's gift is too small. It doesn't seem like his style. It seems like there's a follow-up. What's written in the letter? Yu Shu smiled and looked at Shui Rui. She said, You're right. I think he wants to remember a favor from me in addition to these gifts. This Chiu Jiming really knew how to behave. He didn't play games with her. She didn't waste her time running around to solve his family's problem. By the time they finished talking, it was already late. Before Shui Rui left, he warned Yu Shu, I will go directly to Xianchun Garden in the afternoon to make some arrangements. When it's time, let old Chui send you off. Don't go too early, and don't be late. We'll meet again. Yu Shu nodded and told him not to worry. After seeing Shui Rui leave, she went upstairs. When she returned to her room, she felt a little restless. She knew that something was going to happen tonight. No matter how calm she was, she couldn't help but worry that something unexpected would happen. According to her and Shui Rui's previous discussion, she only had one task tonight, to keep an eye on Qin Yuero. When the carriage turned a corner, it suddenly stopped. Qin Yuero was absent-mindedly thinking about something when she saw Axian Lu choke on her tea. Cough, cough. Be careful. Qin Yuero quickly took out a handkerchief and patted Axian Lu's back while wiping her. Slow down, what's the rush? Axian Lu grumbled unhappily at the coachman outside. Looking down at the tea stains on her skirt, she said bitterly, this is bad. Qin Yuero said, how about we go back and change? We left early so there's still time. Axian Lu hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, forget it, going back and forth is troublesome, we're almost there. We should be able to Shui family's residence. Qin Yuero furrowed her brows. What wind? Did I forget that you've just recovered from your illness? Later, when we reach the garden, you have to sit down obediently and don't run around. Axian Lu unwillingly pouted. I'm only accompanying you because I'm worried about you. Qin Yuero smiled helplessly. Yesterday, she went to visit Axian Lu. Coincidentally, Axian family's old man was there. He glanced at her a few times and told her that she had a calamity recently. To overcome it, she needed a person with hooves in the Chinese zodiac to stay by her side. Qin Yuero didn't feel anything was wrong, but she still went home and told her elders. She couldn't explain why, so she took out 2 pendants to avoid calamity and brought them with her. Who knew that she would be going out today? Early in the morning, Axian Lu went to find her and said he wanted to go with her. Qin Yuero and Axian Lu got off the carriage. The sky was still bright, but there was an endless stream of carriages and horses on the street. Red lanterns were hung for 3 li, waiting for the sun to rise. Qin Yuero and Axian Lu got off the carriage. Because the 2 of them were traveling together, they only brought a servant girl with them. The servant girl walked in front and handed over the invitation card. Immediately, a quick-looking servant boy stepped forward to lead the way. Usually, when a prince hosted a banquet, it would be inappropriate for an official to appear unless they were related. Thus, young masters and young ladies of suitable age would go in their place. Of course, if their official rank wasn't high, there weren't as many rules. Many young people came to the banquet tonight. Qin Yuero and Axian Lu were natives of Anling, so they were familiar with these faces. After entering the banquet hall, they exchanged greetings with the madams and young ladies they knew. Although the murder at LoveLore Library had not reached the point where everyone knew about it, the people who came tonight had more or less heard about it. Those who knew about it knew that Axian Lu had suffered a shock because of it. Today, they met to say a few words of comfort. Qin Yuero looked at Axian Lu, who was surrounded by people, and calmly stood up. She moved a few steps to the side and looked around the banquet hall as if she was looking for someone. A moment later, she saw a figure sitting on the main guest seat. She pursed her lips as if she had made a decision. Yu Shu came alone. She handed over the invitation and entered. The servant boy led her through the front courtyard to the east courtyard. From afar, she could see that the banquet hall was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The courtyard and corridors were filled with banquets. Pastries and wine were served. Half of the guests had already arrived. The guests who were sitting outside were all rich and powerful. Yu Shu was a guest that Lu Tan had specially invited. So, she naturally went inside. Yu Shu entered the door and looked around. The first thing she looked for wasn't Shui Rui's figure, but Qin Yuero. There were many people in the banquet hall. Yu Shu stared at the pink-dressed women and quickly found a familiar figure. Surprise flashed in her eyes, and she walked past the table. Fei Fei. Axian Lu had just finished dealing with a group of people, and his face was almost stiff from smiling. He turned his head and saw Yu Shu. Only then did he reveal some genuine happiness. He grabbed her and said, "Lotus Room, I knew you were coming." "I didn't know you were coming." Yushu looked up and down at Axianlu's pink dress. When she saw that Axianlu was wearing this year's new casual clothes, she felt disgusted. She glanced at her hair, but fortunately, she didn't see any begonia flowers. I came with Yuero. Axianlu laughed mischievously. He turned his head to call out to Qin Yuero, but he discovered she was gone. Ha! She was here just now. Yushu's eyelids twitched. She was about to ask again when she saw Axianlu nervously stand up. He looked left and right and muttered, "This Qin Yuero, I said I would accompany her. Why is she running around? This won't do. I have to go find her." After he finished speaking, he tugged on Yushu's sleeve and begged, "All right, Lotus Room, help me look for her." Yushu had the same intention, so she didn't ask why he was so anxious. She took advantage of the situation and agreed. The two of them took advantage of the fact that the banquet hadn't started and Lu Tan didn't show up. They slipped out of the banquet hall through the back door. They first looked around, but they didn't see anyone. Axianlu couldn't help but become anxious. Yushu looked up at the curtain of night that hadn't fallen yet. She wasn't worried, but she couldn't leave someone out of her sight. She said to Axianlu, "This garden is big. Let's split up and look. You go there, I'll go here." Okay. Thus, Yushu went east and Axianlu went west. Xian Chun Garden was built 15 years ago. It was surrounded by a natural lake and was planted with trees and forests. When summer came, it was cool and refreshing. At the end of spring, there was shade everywhere. Two slender female figures, one in front and one behind, passed through the small forest and arrived at the tranquil lake. "Yuero, why did you bring me here?" Ji Xingxuan looked around and asked. She had just arrived at the banquet hall. Not long after she sat down, Qin Yuero indicated for her to leave. Along the way, no matter how many times Imo Tiange asked, Qin Yuero didn't open her mouth. Qin Yuero turned around and stared at Imo Tiange without saying a word. Qin Yuero and Ji Xingxuan had known each other for 2 years. Although they couldn't be considered best friends, they were still good friends. Axianlu, who grew up together with Axianlu, didn't hate Ji Xingxuan and cut off all contact with her. Ji Xingxuan felt somewhat uncomfortable under Qin Yuero's stare. She turned her head to look at the ripples on the lake's surface and said, "The banquet is about to start in a moment. If you have something to say, quickly say it." "I saw it." Ji Xingxuan's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She turned her head and asked with a puzzled expression, "Saw what?" Qin Yuero sighed. Her voice was slow and carried a trace of uncertainty. "On the day Chao Yiling died, we were at the observatory. I saw her placing her book on the wall. When she wasn't paying attention, you flipped through her book behind her back and put something inside." Ji Xingxuan's brows stiffened for a moment. In the next moment, she sneered and said, "Why don't I remember doing this? Are you trying to say that I copied Daozi's handwriting and lured her to the observatory to kill her? How laughable. I didn't go out at all that night. Could it be that I dreamed of going to the Imperial Historian's library to kill someone?" Qin Yuero's expression changed. She said in a low voice, "I don't know if Chao Yiling's death has anything to do with you, but I saw you put a note in her book with my own eyes. It was the same book that the authorities found. You don't need to quibble. I've helped you hide it until now because I don't believe you would kill someone. I'm telling you now because I want to know why you secretly put a note in Chao Yiling's book. Did you know that someone wanted to harm her?" Ji Xingxuan's eyes darkened. Beneath her veil, she was about to bite her lip. After a moment of silence, she said, "I'll say it again. You're mistaken. I didn't put any note in her book." Qin Yuero was clearly disappointed. She shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "If you don't want to say it, I won't force you." I'd rather believe that I didn't recognize the wrong person. Don't worry, I won't report you. It wasn't easy for you to get to where you are today. I don't want to just watch you be destroyed. I'm not related to Chao Yuling, but I'm your friend. I'll repay you for saving my innocence at that time. After hearing this, Ji Xingxuan lowered her gaze and didn't refute her. Sigh, you're on your own. Qin Yuero turned around and left without looking back. She left Ji Xingxuan standing on the shore. When she heard the sound of footsteps getting further and further away, her body suddenly twitched and she raised her reddened eyes. However, from beginning to end, no one saw a hunched figure hiding in the grass not far away in the dusky twilight. Xan Lu clenched her teeth and clutched the leaf in her hand. She couldn't stop trembling. She stared at the figure on the shore and a voice in her heart shouted. Chapter 428. 2 in 1 big chapter, asking for pink votes. Yushu looked around but didn't see any trace of Qin Yuero. When she passed by 2 lofts, she deliberately raised her head to look. The sky turned dark in the blink of an eye. She was afraid that something might happen, so she hurriedly retraced her steps. She wanted to first find Shui Rui to discuss things with him. Who knew that when she reached the back door of the banquet hall, she would see an eye-catching pink. Miss Qin. Yushu immediately called out, stopping Qin Yuero. She took a few steps and walked past the waiter who was serving the dishes and wine. When she arrived in front of Qin Yuero, the light from the back door allowed her to clearly see the worried expression on Qin Yuero's face. When Qin Yuero saw Yushu here, she couldn't help but be stunned. When she regained her senses, she forced a smile and greeted her. I was dragged out by Fei Fei to look for you as soon as I arrived. Why didn't you see her? Yushu pretended to look behind Qin Yuero and took 2 steps forward. When she turned her head, she saw the tender and beautiful begonia on the back of Qin Yuero's hair bun. Her gaze was pierced. Qin Yuero looked slightly absent-minded. She shook her head and said, No, I didn't see her. Then let's wait here for a while. We agreed to come back if we can't find him. Yushu suggested, and the 2 moved down the corridor. After waiting for a while, they saw Xan Lu walking out from the distant path with his head down. Not too long ago, Xan Lu went to look for Qin Yuero. Not long after she chased after her, she saw her and Ji Xingxuan walking towards the lakeside. Her curiosity was piqued and she didn't make a sound. Instead, she followed behind them and hid in the underbrush to eavesdrop on their conversation. After a moment of panic, Xan Lu finally calmed down. He waited until Ji Xingxuan had left before he took a detour and returned. Seeing Yushu and Qin Yuero standing in the corridor waving at her, Xan Lu's heartbeat quickened. She tugged at the hem of her skirt and twisted her thigh. Taking advantage of the pain, she jogged over to them. Before she could stand still, she started complaining to Qin Yuero. Yushu only paid attention to Qin Yuero's expression. Qin Yuero, on the other hand, had something on her mind. The 2 of them didn't notice anything wrong with Xan Lu. After exchanging a few words, they entered together. At this moment, the banquet had begun. The banquet hall that was previously absent was now full of guests. Lu Tan was sitting in the most conspicuous position and toasting people. Yushu walked behind Qin Yuero and Xan Lu. She intentionally approached them and saw Shui Rui a few tables away. Coincidentally, he was also quietly looking around. When their gazes met, they exchanged a glance. Yushu raised her chin forward. When Shui Rui saw Qin Yuero, his eyes flashed, and he turned back to continue drinking. Yushu's gaze swept past Jing Qin, who was sitting to the left of Lu Tan, and moved elsewhere. In the inner hall, there were long tables inlaid with Qiang stone. On them were tablecloths of the same color, revealing the clear color of the stone at both ends. All the tables were placed horizontally in 2 directions, leaving an aisle in the middle. Guests only sat on one side, with 2 or 3 people to a table. Yushu's seat was arranged toward the front. Fortunately, it wasn't far from Qin Yuero and Xan Lu. She could see them as soon as she turned her head. She didn't know if Lu Tan had deliberately arranged it, but she was the only person sitting at her table. Yushu looked around. She wasn't surprised to see many familiar figures at the banquet. For example, she saw a few heirs and princesses sitting at the VIP table opposite her. She had seen them at the Dual Sons gathering before. There were also Feng Zhaomiao, Qi Mingxiu, and Ruelin, the sons of high officials and nobles. There were also a few young masters and young ladies from aristocratic families she wasn't unfamiliar with. Most of them were like her who had just entered LoveLore Library this year. In addition, there were 2 other tables. The people sitting were all capable people that Lu Tan had recruited during the Dual Sons gathering. Yushu wasn't surprised to see Wen Xiaoan, but she didn't see Helen Shi. Beside Lu Tan, there were 2 empty tables. Yushu didn't need to think to guess that Lu Tan had invited Prince Ning and the others. Speaking of which, Lu Tan had only been back in the capital for a few months. His foundation wasn't as deep as Lu Hao's, and his reputation wasn't as good. For him to have this kind of extravagance today, it was mostly due to the Dual Sons gathering that had just ended. It had given him the title of prince and the marriage with Xia Zhang's family. Yushu had sent a letter to Xia Zhang's guesthouse a few days ago. She knew that Xia Jiangmin wouldn't show up today. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, even Xia Zhang's Helang didn't come. Yushu sat closer to the front, so naturally, many people saw her. There were people who came forward to toast the female fortune teller. She didn't refuse them, but she took a small sip. She smiled and said that her throat wasn't feeling good today, so she couldn't drink too much. No one argued with her. After dealing with a few people, Yushu didn't look in Qin Yuero's direction. She was afraid that if she got distracted, she would disappear again. Lu Tan drank with the people beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the empty table next to him. He stood up with a normal expression. When everyone saw Lu Tan stand up, they all stopped talking and quickly became quiet. He said in a clear voice, "This prince's congratulatory banquet today is firstly to thank Imperial Father for his grace, allowing me to accept this task. Secondly, I want to thank my Imperial brothers for taking care of this prince who has been away all year round. Brothers should be respectful to each other. Thirdly, I want to thank those who have joined my sect in the Dual Sons gathering. This prince will drink 3 cups to express my sincerity." Without any empty words, Lu Tan raised his head and drank his cup. The young eunuch behind him calmly filled his cup for him. After 3 cups, he put down his cup. His face was flushed and he smiled in high spirits. He raised his sleeve and said, "Everyone, drink to your heart's content. There's no need to stand on ceremony." Everyone present stood up and toasted each other. Congratulatory voices rose and fell. Yushu silently sat back down. She held the cup in her hands and stacked it on the table. She looked at the table diagonally across from her and saw Ji Xingxuan changing cups with Princess Shiwen. She wasn't sure if the culprit who pushed Qin Yuero down the stairs was hiding in Xian Spring Garden. She also wasn't sure if Ji Xingxuan would still be the accomplice tonight. But no matter what, she had to drag her down tonight. She couldn't let her scheme against her without fear. Ruthlessness flashed through Yushu's eyes. At this time, there was a commotion outside. Then, someone shouted in a loud voice, "Ning Wangye has arrived." Everyone's eyes turned to the door. In a flash, they saw a group of well-dressed people walk into the inner hall. There were both men and women. The person at the front was wearing a robe with a jade belt. He was waving his fan and talking cheerfully with his entourage. It was as if he was the host. Ninth brother, I was delayed by something and came late. You won't hold it against me, right? Ning Wangye, Lu Hao, had a righteous face and always spoke loudly. It was obvious that he was late on purpose, but no one felt that there was anything wrong with his actions. Lu Tan smiled and stood up. He raised the cup in his hand and said, I'm very happy that Brother Wang could come. However, I can't avoid this punishment. Before Lu Hao could speak, Lu Yi, who was beside him, said in a low, muffled voice, Fine, fine. Whoever wants to avoid it, I'll drink it. Lu Yi's tone was harsh, but everyone in the upper-class circle of Anling City knew his temper, so they didn't find it strange. But what he did next made people's faces look strange. Lu Yi raised his arm and pulled a graceful girl behind him into his arms. He swaggered to an empty seat and sat down. He pulled the girl into his arms and actually pulled her onto his lap. His actions were extremely frivolous. In front of everyone, he actually fed the girl wine with his mouth to her mouth. Lu Tan was crowned king and this was a proper banquet. Yet, he was so unrestrained. It was no different from disgracing Lu Tan. Everyone looked at each other and the atmosphere became awkward. Seeing that Lu Hao was smiling without saying anything, everyone thought that Lu Tan would turn hostile. However, unexpectedly, Lu Tan only glanced at Lu Yi and ignored him. He turned to Ning Wangye and said, Brother Wang, please take a seat. Lu Hao curled the corner of his mouth in interest. He led his people to sit down and also ignored Lu Yi's actions. No one else noticed. Only Yu Shu stared at the plaything in Lu Yi's arms. She couldn't see its face clearly. She thought about what Ji Xingxuan had said to her outside the fragrant hut that day. Louis found a girl who looked similar to her to be his plaything and attended Ning Wangye's private banquet. She just didn't know if it was the one in front of her. Yu Shu frowned. She wasn't sure if Lu Yi, this brat, would embarrass her in front of everyone. Thinking about this, she looked at Ji Xingxuan again. She lifted her veil and lowered her head to drink wine. She couldn't see her expression clearly. Xan Lu, who was sitting next to Qin Yuero, was also secretly looking at Ji Xingxuan. She didn't eat much of the food and wine in front of her. She held her chopsticks and looked back at Qin Yuero from time to time. Qin Yuero noticed her gaze and asked, What's wrong, Fei Fei? Xan Lu hurriedly squeezed out a smile and pointed at the back of her hair. I think this flower hairpin is quite unique. I've never seen you wear it before. Qin Yuero said, This is a reward from the palace. I saw that it matched this set of clothes, so I took it out and used it. Xan Lu said, Oh. Shiwen peeled a piece of preserved plum blossoms in boredom. She tilted her head to look at Ji Xingxuan, who was refilling another cup. She said, How many cups has this been? Why are you in a bad mood? When have I ever been in a good mood? Ji Xingxuan couldn't help but laugh at herself. Her expression was slightly irritated. It was unknown if it was because of the alcohol. That's right. If I were you, I wouldn't be happy either. Shiwen rested her chin on her hand and turned to look at Lu Tan's table. Her gaze fell on one person and she pouted. It's nothing. I'll help you vent your anger later. Isn't it just a fortune teller? Does she really think that no one can deal with her? Ji Xingxuan pressed the space between her brows. She listened to the laughter and clinking cups around her. She felt her head ache. She took a deep breath, put down her cup, and said to Shiwen, I'm going to change. After she finished speaking, she stood up with the support of the table. She did her best to not attract attention and walked to the back door. When Yu Shu saw Ji Xingxuan leave the table, she straightened her body and subconsciously looked at Qin Yuero. She saw that Qin Yuero was staring at the dishes on the table in a daze. The seat next to her was empty. She hesitated for a moment, then walked past Chin Yuero with a cup of wine in her hand. She walked to the other side of Chin Yuero and sat down. "Where's Fei Fei?" Yu Shu tried to start a conversation. When she saw Mo Tiange sit down, Chin Yuero perked up. She said she wanted to get some fresh air. She just went out. Yu Shu teased, "I saw that she was looking for you anxiously. She said she had to accompany you, but now she's willing to leave you behind." Chin Yuero smiled at her, then told her about how she met old man Axayan at Axayan Manor. She rolled up her sleeves and showed Mo Tiange the jade bracelet she wore to ward off bad luck. Once the conversation started, the two of them started chatting. Unknowingly, it was getting late. Yu Shu gradually felt strange. According to her thoughts, someone must have lured Chin Yuero out so they could make a move on her. However, after waiting for so long, not a single suspicious person came forward. Instead, Ji Xingxuan's seat remained empty. This made Yu Shu feel slightly uneasy. Could it be that she was an eyesore sitting there? Yu Shu suspected this, so she picked up where Chin Yuero left off and jokingly said, "Fei Fei has been gone for so long and still hasn't come back. Could it be because I'm occupying her seat? I'll go back to my seat." Okay. Chin Yuero's conversation with Yu Shu diverted some of her attention. Her complexion looked much better than before. Yu Shu held her cup and pushed her chair away. She planned to go back to her seat from the back, but when she walked past Chin Yuero, she inadvertently glanced at the back of her head. Startled, she blurted out, "Huh? Where's your crabapple hairpin?" When Chin Yuero heard this, she turned around and touched her hair bun. She helplessly said, "Fei Fei took it off and put it on." Oh. The space between Yu Shu's eyebrows twitched, and she suddenly returned to her seat. A thought flashed through her mind, and a moment later, her expression suddenly changed. She cursed in her heart and immediately threw down her cup. She stood up in a panic and hurriedly walked in the direction of the back door that Chin Yuero had pointed at. Yu Shu's strange movements were noticed by Shui Rui. His eyes flashed, and he quietly apologized to Lu Tan before he also stood up and left. Yu Shu walked out of the back door, and as she gazed at the brightly lit courtyard, she didn't know which direction she should go. Just as she was burning with anxiety, someone patted her shoulder from behind, and as soon as she turned around, she saw Shui Rui who followed her out. "What's wrong?" Shui Rui asked. Yu Shu acted as if she had seen her savior. She pulled his arm to the side and didn't have time to explain. She gritted her teeth and said, "Oh no, it's not Chin Yuero. It's Axayan Fei Fei. We have to hurry and find her." Xia Jiangmin's dream couldn't be wrong. A woman wearing a begonia flower and wearing a new dress would be pushed down the stairs. If it wasn't Chin Yuero, it had to be Axayan Lu. How intelligent was Shui Rui? He knew that he'd changed his mind the moment he heard this, and he frowned as he turned around to look at the surroundings before raising his hand to make a gesture. Yu Shu saw an attendant that was watching the nearby lanterns jump down from the railing and jog over. "Did you see where the sixth daughter of the Axayan family went?" This was the man that Shui Rui had placed in Xianchen Garden through Lu Tan. This kind of nail was specially trained. Everyone in Anling City could recognize his face. "I only saw her go that way." The nail pointed in a direction. If he looked closely, he couldn't see it. When Yu Shu heard this, she immediately ran in that direction. She was afraid that if she was too late, she would see that last Axayan Lu's corpse. Shui Rui stared at her back and said, "Leave one person to watch this place. You go and ask the rest to look for her. Don't make a sound." "Yes." Shui Rui saw Yu Shu disappear in the blink of an eye, so he quickly chased after her. On a certain balcony in the spring garden, Ji Xingxuan stood at the end of the corridor, her hands gripping the railing that reached her waist as she gazed at the distant banquet scene. The veil covering her face had disappeared at some point, revealing a beautiful face. Her brows were slightly drooping, her expression indescribably weary. The surroundings were quiet, and a series of footsteps rang out in the corridor. Ji Xingxuan was disturbed, so she turned her head unhappily and narrowed her eyes. When she saw the person approaching and was illuminated by the lanterns hanging on the eaves, she coldly said, "You're following me?" Xian Lu's chest heaved up and down. Climbing to the fourth floor made her a little breathless. She stared at Ji Xingxuan's face and thought that this was the woman in front of her who killed Chao Yiling, whom she quarreled with since childhood. She felt something burning in her heart. That night, when she personally witnessed Chao Yuling's death on the observatory, she had nightmares every night. Sometimes, she dreamed of Chao Yiling crying and complaining to her. Sometimes, she dreamed of when she was young and fought with Chao Yiling for the first time because her skirt was torn. In one moment, she pushed the young Chao Yiling to the ground. In the next moment, that small figure turned into a skeleton and fell to the ground. At first, she was afraid, but later, she gradually felt sad and sad. This complicated feeling caused her to overhear the conversation between Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero. She couldn't control her anger. When she saw Ji Xingxuan walk away during the banquet, she couldn't help but follow her. "Let me ask you." Xian Lu's voice was a little stifled. "Why did you want to harm her?" Ji Xingxuan's back stiffened. She frowned and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking you why you wanted to kill her." Xian Lu fiercely roared. Her face flushed red. She took a few steps closer to her and pulled on her sleeve. "I heard everything. You were talking to Yuero. It was you who tricked her to the observatory. It was you who killed her. You vicious woman." Ji Xingxuan's face sank. She slapped Xian Lu's hand away and said with a sneer, "Did you drink too much and become muddle-headed? You don't understand what you're saying." She pushed Xian Lu away and turned to leave. However, Xian Lu desperately grabbed the corner of her clothes. "You vicious woman, you still won't admit it. Do you think I'm Yuero? Do you think I'll be tricked by you with just a few words? You murderer, I won't let you go. I'll go to the front and tell everyone about your shameful deeds. Let's see how long you can pretend for. You murderer." Faced with Xian Lu's unwillingness to let her go, Ji Xingxuan felt an evil fire burning in her stomach. She quickly grabbed Xian Lu's wrist and used all her strength to shake her off. She shouted, "Whatever, go away." Xian Lu's eyes turned red from anger. She disregarded everything and said, "Just you wait. Your reputation will be ruined. You will pay with your life for murder. You will die like your grandfather." Hearing this last sentence, Ji Xingxuan's feet were like nails on the ground. In the dark night, the fire in her stomach finally burned her eyes. She could no longer remain calm. She turned around like a gust of wind and stepped in front of Xian Lu. She reached out her hand to slap her. Xian Lu didn't have time to react and was hit by her. She turned her head and felt a burning pain on her face. Her anger reached its peak. She threw herself at Ji Xingxuan and screamed, "You dare hit me, you vicious woman." Both of them were women. Ji Xingxuan's strength was not much stronger than Xian Lu's. With a tug, they were pushed to the railing. Xian Lu grabbed her collar and wanted to slap her back. Ji Xingxuan's face was gloomy. She dodged and kicked her. Xian Lu's slap missed. Half of her body was hanging over the railing. She was caught off guard and fell down. "Ah!" With a scream, Xian Lu grabbed the railing in a panic. Her two hands gripped the two thin pieces of wood tightly. Her whole body was hanging over the fourth floor. Her face turned from red to white. Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She subconsciously reached out to pull her, but when she was about to touch Axian Lu, a thought flashed in her mind. She hesitated and pulled her hand back. Pull me. Axian Lu's fingers were weak. She was about to let go of the railing. At this moment, her life was hanging by a thread. She couldn't care less. With a pale face, she looked up at Ji Xingxuan for help. Hee. Ji Xingxuan laughed at this moment. Looking at Axian Lu's frightened look, her red eyes flashed with a strange light. Didn't you want to report me? Ji Xingxuan whispered. Then go to the underworld and report me. I'll wait for the ghost messenger to come and catch me. As she spoke, she took a step back and looked down at her shoes. Expressionlessly, she lifted her toes and stepped on the fingers that were digging into the wood. Get lost. Book room, 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 book room. Just as she was about to step on Axian Lu, she heard a gust of wind and heard heavy footsteps in the corridor. A strong force came from the side and knocked her away. Ji Xingxuan knelt on the ground and turned around in shock. She saw a person clinging to the railing, panting heavily. The person dangerously stuck his upper body out, his legs hooked onto the railing and quickly grabbed Axian Lu's wrist. Chapter 429. Lotus Room. Axian Lu cries. Her fingers can no longer hold on and she falls down. Her eyes are wide open in horror. She only feels that her body is sinking and there is a tingling pain in her wrists. Her whole weight is stuck in her arms, making her suspended in the air. Yes. Yushu clenched her teeth, and her face turned red. She grabbed Axian Lu's hands with all her might, and half of her body was pulled out. Her legs were tightly hooked on the gap between the railings, and she stopped dangerously there. This is the fourth floor. The ground below is hard slate. If she falls, it is difficult to keep her body intact. Ji Xingxuan kneels on the ground. Seeing this scene, her expression changes quickly. She thinks of the accusation she may face later. She struggles to get up and reaches out to Yushu. She can't let them live. How dare you? Yushu seems to have eyes on her back. She roars and bears the pain of her abdomen being hit by the railing. She grits her teeth and says, "Someone is catching up from behind. You pushed us down the stairs. This is irrefutable evidence. 2 lives are at stake. You can't escape even if you have wings. I want to see how you die." Ji Xingxuan hesitates. Her hand touches the corner of Yushu's clothes. She feels dizzy and stands there in a daze, swaying between the 2 ends of the scale. Yushu doesn't expect Ji Xingxuan to help Axian Lu come up. It is already a risk for her to rebuke her and not do anything underhanded. At this moment, there is a cracking sound. The railing can't bear the weight of Yushu and Axian Lu. It is about to break. Yushu's heart sinks like a sandbag. For a moment, she thinks of letting go of Axian Lu and saving herself first. However, when she sees Axian Lu's frightened and blank eyes, she can't bear to let go of her. After a moment of hesitation, the railing can't bear it anymore. Yushu's body trembles, but she holds Axian Lu tightly and refuses to let go. Blood rushes to her head. She grits her teeth. At this time, she doesn't feel panic, but unwillingness. Her journey had been arduous, and she had finally reached this step with great difficulty. There were many things that she had yet to accomplish. Was she going to lose her life here? If she died, what would happen to Xiaoxiu? She had just given that child a good life. Thinking about leaving behind another family member and repeating the ending of her previous life. Who could help her? Who could help her? Yushu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and her heart beat wildly. She roared at the top of her lungs, "Big brother!" As if hearing her summon, a breeze blew in the corridor. Her numb waist was wrapped around by a strong force, and a hot breath brushed past her face. An arm reached out from her shoulder and tightly held the place where her hand was reaching. Regardless of whether the railing could withstand it or not, he pulled her whole body up. Peepa. A section of the railing broke, and they fell to the other side of the corridor. Yushu was hugged and rolled half a circle before she stopped. She raised her head in shock, and the first thing she saw was a pair of dark eyes that swept through the night, as if they were going to swallow her. Heavy breathing intertwined together. Her legs went soft, and her lips trembled. Her hands finally loosened, and she fell onto his body. Shui Rui's arm tightly held onto Yushu's slender waist, and did not let go. Thinking about the scene where he saw her hanging in the air, his heart felt like it was bitten by thousands of ants, stinging and painful. If his qigong wasn't good, and he couldn't climb up as fast as he could, and if he was a step late, and couldn't pull her back, then the result would be hard to imagine. Axian Lu, who had just escaped death, laid on the ground. His body was separated by the broken railing, and he began to cry loudly. Yushu's soul was awakened by the sound of crying. She coughed twice, and suddenly turned her head to look at the panicked Ji Xingxuan. With a rough voice, she said with a cold smile, "I've caught you." Who would have thought that the culprit tonight would actually be Ji Xingxuan? This time, she had firmly grabbed onto her foxtail. Let's see if she didn't skin her alive. A gust of cold wind blew through the tall building. Ji Xingxuan shivered, and the burning anger in her heart was extinguished. She looked down at Axian Lu, who had fallen to the ground. Only then did she realize what she had just done. She slowly shook her head, and her eyes were in chaos. She crossed her arms, bit her lips, and took 2 steps back, almost unable to stand steadily. Shui Rui supported Yushu to stand up, and he glanced at Axian Lu, who was on the ground, before glancing at Ji Xingxuan, who obviously had a guilty conscience. His expression was extremely gloomy as he took out a torch from his pocket, folded it, and tossed it out of the building. The torch exploded into a string of dazzling flames in midair, and it notified his subordinates who were looking for him to rush over here. Yushu no longer paid attention to Ji Xingxuan. She wanted to comfort the overly frightened Axian Lu, but she found that the arms around her waist had not loosened. She looked up at Shui Rui's taut, handsome face, and she didn't know why her heart softened. She patted the back of his hand, and said in a low voice, "Big brother, I'm fine." When Shui Rui heard this, he didn't say a word. He tightened his arms for a while, and then gently let go of her. Yushu took a breath, squatted beside Axian Lu, and pulled her into her arms, patted her shoulder, and coaxed her, Okay, don't be afraid. Woo. Lian Fong. Axian Lu cried and hiccuped. She tightly grabbed Yushu's sleeve, and said incoherently, "It's her, she killed Chao Yuling. I found her, and now she wants to kill me. She is the murderer." Shui Rui looked at Ji Xingxuan with sharp eyes. He followed Yu Shu's footsteps, and when he arrived downstairs, he only saw Yu Shu dragging Xe and Lu in the air, and they almost fell from the building, but he didn't know what happened before. Yu Shu stared blankly for a moment, then became pleasantly surprised. She couldn't help but ask Xe and Lu, "What did you say you found?" Xe and Lu was at a loss, and didn't think to help Qin Yuero cover up anything. She sobbed and told her how she overheard the conversation between Qin Yuero and Ji Xingxuan, and how she followed Ji Xingxuan upstairs, and how she questioned her, but was pushed down the stairs. Yu Shu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Although tonight's plan had changed, it wasn't for nothing. With Xe and Lu's confession, and what she saw with her own eyes, Ji Xingxuan couldn't hide the smell of a fox. At this moment, a few servants saw the signal and ran upstairs. They reported to Shui Rui, "My lord, this subordinate is late." Shui Rui waved his hand and pointed at the absent-minded Ji Xingxuan. In a stern voice, he said, "Capture her and take her away." Ji Xingxuan was startled. When she raised her head, she saw two silhouettes extending their hands towards her and quickly capturing her. Her eyelids twitched violently, and she bluffed, "How dare you? Do you know that I'm a Grade E master?" She didn't even have the chance to resist before her mouth was gagged. At the banquet, in the middle of the night, everyone had a fake smile on their faces, which were covered by the brilliant lights. They toasted each other, and it was hard to guess a person's true nature. Lu Tan and Lu Hao were chatting across the table. They were exchanging blows and secretly spying on each other. Jing Chen was sitting next to Lu Tan. In front of him was a cup of fragrant tea. He didn't like to drink, so no one forced him to. At this moment, a silhouette rushed in from the back door and went behind Lu Tan. He bent down and whispered in his ear. Jing Chen had excellent hearing. When the person was halfway through his report, he frowned and looked hesitant. After listening to the report, Lu Tan's expression changed. The smile on his face disappeared. He snorted coldly and slammed the wine cup on the table. Bang! Lu Hao frowned and raised his voice. "Ninth brother, why are you so angry?" Everyone around them noticed them and stopped drinking to look over. Lu Tan tidied up his clothes and stood up. He looked around at the guests and said while suppressing his anger, "Someone is out of control. He chose my wedding day to commit murder in the Xian Chun garden. He has just been caught. I am going to interrogate him. Everyone, please help yourselves." Lu Tan wasn't very old, but he had been in the limelight recently. When he flipped out, he exuded power without being angry. Some people wanted to ask him why, but they didn't dare to ask him. Just as Lu Hao was hesitating, he saw Lu Tan turn his head and say, "This matter is related to Brother Wang. Follow me." After saying this, he stood up and left the table. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and said to Jing Chen, "Martial uncle, come with me." Jing Chen didn't say anything. He stood up and followed him. Being implicated by Lu Tan in front of everyone, a trace of displeasure flashed across Lu Hao's face. In the midst of whispers, he also left the table with the people beside him. There were a few busybodies present. After hesitating for a while, they also quietly followed. Among them was Qin Yuero, who had been waiting for Xe and Lu to return. The group followed behind Lu Tan. They left the banquet hall through the front door and walked through the courtyard. On the way, Lu Hao asked Lu Tan what had happened. However, Lu Tan played dumb with him, appearing to be enduring silently and unwilling to say much. When they reached the door of the parlor at the end of the flower garden, Lu Hao, who was walking behind Lu Tan, saw the situation inside and was immediately stunned. In the room that could accommodate more than 10 people, there were 2 neatly arranged rows of chairs and tea tables on the east and west sides. There was a narrow path in the middle. Shui Rui stood with his hands behind his back under the gauze lantern. His dark green robe made his back stand tall and straight. For some reason, it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. On the chairs to the left were two women. It was Yu Shu, who was hugging Axan Lu and comforting him in a soft voice. In the middle of the room, two attendants were tying up a slender woman. Her side profile was exposed, revealing a humiliated face. It was Ji Xingxuan, who wasn't wearing a veil. Before Lu Tan could open his mouth, Lu Hao angrily said, "What are you doing? Hurry up and untie her." Shui Rui turned around and watched the group enter the room. He quickly exchanged a look with Lu Tan and said to Lu Hao, "Forgive me for not being able to comply. This woman is a murder suspect. For the sake of your highness's safety, it is better to tie her up." Lu Hao couldn't hide the surprise in his eyes. He turned to look at Ji Xingxuan. "Your Highness." Ji Xingxuan found it difficult to speak. She struggled for a moment and said bitterly, "I was wrongly accused. It was a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding?" As soon as Axan Lu heard this, he exploded. He jumped up from the chair and glared at her with red eyes. He pointed at her and said, "You wanted to kill me. You pushed me down the stairs. You still dare to say that you were wrongly accused." Ji Xingxuan didn't dodge. She faced the angry accusation and sneered, "It was you who wanted to wrestle with me. You accidentally fell down the stairs. How can it be that I pushed you?" Axan Lu's face flushed red. He was about to retort again, but Yu Shu pulled him back with one hand and pressed him on her shoulder. She looked at the few people who had just entered the door. Her gaze swept past Lu Hao, Lu Tan, and even Jing Chen's faces one by one. In the end, she turned around and looked at Shui Rui. "Big brother, let me say it. Chapter 430. More updates, please give me a pink vote. It was very quiet inside and outside the hall. Only Yu Shu's heavy and powerful voice could be heard. "One night half a month ago, I accompanied Miss Axan to the observatory to do her homework. I was shocked to see Miss Chow hanging in the room. This murder case caused panic in the entire Imperial Historians Library. After the Supreme Court's Shui Daren's investigation, the culprit was cunning. He made use of Miss Chow's love for him and placed a slip of paper that imitated Daoist Jing Chen's handwriting in her book. Then, he lured Miss Chow to the observatory and murdered her. Tonight, it was precisely because Miss Axan, the sixth, discovered that the person who passed the fake note to Miss Chow was Ji Xingxuan, that she provoked the murderous intention and was almost killed by Ji Xingxuan. If it weren't for me and Lord Shui arriving in time and catching the murderer in the act, I'm afraid there would be another murder case tonight." After listening to her general statement, Lu Tan was the first to react. "Cousin, is what Yu Swansea said true?" This was probably what everyone present wanted to verify. Shui Rui said seriously, "Miss Chow's death is strange. I was ordered to investigate the case. I invited the female mathematician who studied in Taisha Shuyuan to help. She confirmed that the deceased was killed because of a note. After several people's confessions, it was confirmed that Daozi was framed and the murderer was someone else. From the various signs of the deceased's body, it was determined that the murderer was a man. And the person who passed the note to the deceased was someone from Taisha Shuyuan. This person was an accomplice and may also be the mastermind. According to Miss Xan's confession and the female mathematician's own eyes, Master Ji is the suspect of this case." Pairs of stunned eyes turned to Ji Xingxuan, whose face was green and red. Lu Tan turned to Lu Hao and said coldly, "What do you think, Wang Xiong?" Lu Hao was secretly annoyed. Everyone knew that Ji Xingxuan was one of his people. If something like this happened, he would also be implicated. Thus, he put on a stern face and said, "This is just a one-sided story. It must be a misunderstanding. According to this prince's understanding of Master Ji Xingxuan, she would never do such a cruel thing. Lu Tan secretly sneered and pointed to Axan Lu. Miss Axan, tell me, why do you insist that Ji Xingxuan is the murderer? Axan Lu bit her lips and looked at Yu Shu. Yu Shu gave her a calm look and said in a low voice, tell the truth. Wang Ye will decide for you. Ning Wang was here. If he wanted to take Ji Xingxuan away, he wouldn't be able to say anything. He had to verify it on the spot. This was what she had discussed with Shui Rui before. Axian Lu quietly pulled on Yu Shu's hand and squeezed it. She gathered her courage and faced Lu Tan and Lu Hao. She told them everything that happened when she followed behind Ji Xingxuan and Qin Yuero and eavesdropped on their conversation. Everyone present was shrewd. Before Ji Xingxuan could refute, Lu Tan shouted, go invite Miss Qin Yuero over. The guards obeyed and were about to move when a person approached the door. I'm here. It was Qin Yuero, who had followed them in. When Ji Xingxuan and Axian Lu saw her, their expressions were different. The former's face was gloomy and a trace of hope flashed through her eyes. The latter was embarrassed and worried as she called out, Yuero. Axian Lu felt that it was wrong of her to eavesdrop on their conversation and expose Qin Yuero. But now, she would not let Ji Xingxuan be cleared of suspicion. She was afraid that Qin Yuero's heart would soften and she wouldn't tell the truth. You don't need to say anything, I heard it all. Qin Yuero looked at Axian Lu with guilt and then turned to Ji Xingxuan with a complicated expression. She couldn't hide her disappointment as she said, I was the one who hid the truth. The day before Chao Yiling was killed, I was in Daozi's class and saw her put a note in Chao Yiling's book. Yu Shu let out a sigh of relief. She had been afraid that Qin Yuero would become soft-hearted and give false testimony for Ji Xingxuan. But now, it seemed that Qin Yuero had heard that her best friend Axian Lu was almost killed by the murderer and was bitterly disappointed with Ji Xingxuan. That was why she had come forward to testify against her. When Ji Xingxuan saw that Qin Yuero had turned hostile, she felt dizzy and her feet swayed. She forced herself to remain calm, but her heart sank. As the person involved, Jing Qin, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his head and looked at Ji Xingxuan. Then, his gaze fell on Yu Shu, who had a sneer on her face. His gaze was somewhat unfathomable. Everyone present was a shrewd person. When they heard this, their thoughts were all one-sided. They all believed that Ji Xingxuan was definitely related to the murder in Imperial Historian's Library. Even if she wasn't the main culprit, she was an accomplice. Lu Hao was speechless and couldn't help but feel angry. He slammed his fist on the tea table next to him, but he didn't say anything to help Ji Xingxuan. This case in Imperial Historian's Library had been personally ordered by the Emperor to be investigated. He had originally added fuel to the fire in the dark, wanting to use this to attack Lu Tan's influence. Who knew that he would provoke a body full of resentment? Towards Ji Xingxuan, who had dirty hands and feet, he was more angry than loving. When he saw that he was ignoring him, the corners of Lu Tan's mouth curled up. He patted his knee and said to Ji Xingxuan, do you have anything else to say? Ji Xingxuan fiercely bit off a piece of meat in her lip and tasted blood. Her eyes were full of self-mockery as she said, they joined hands to frame me. They wanted to wrongly accuse me of killing someone. I couldn't argue against them with just one mouth, so I had nothing to say. They were relying on the fact that they only had witnesses. They clearly didn't want to admit to it. A cold light flashed through Yu Shu's eyes. She calmly said to Shui Rui, since she doesn't want to admit, then I ask the Supreme Court to deal with it impartially. Find out who the murderer is and return peace to my Imperial Historian's Library. Previously, she and Shui Rui had been having a headache about not being able to use torture on Ji Xingxuan to extort a confession from her and also to search her. But now, they didn't have this worry anymore. Shui Rui nodded and looked at Lu Tan and Lu Hao. He wanted these two princes with the highest status present to express their stance. Lu Hao coldly snorted and turned his head away. Lu Tan's expression was cold as he said, "Since Imperial Father has decreed for Shui Daran to investigate the case, this matter will be handed over to you. Ben Wang will not interfere." But this matter happened at Ben Wang's banquet. Ben Wang will enter the palace tomorrow and report to Imperial Father. Lu Hao heard this and was furious. He knew that Lu Tan wanted to make things difficult for him. But he had no choice and could only stiffly say, "Wait until the truth is found, then report to Ben Wang." Finishing, he brushed his sleeves. Without even looking at Ji Xingxuan, he led his entourage and left this troublesome place. Although Ji Xingxuan didn't expect Lu Hao to save her from her predicament, looking at his heartless back, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She had long sobered up from her drunken stupor. She looked around the hall and saw many cold eyes staring at her. Sadly, she found that there was no one here who could help her say a word. A chill rose from the soles of her feet. In a daze, she met a pair of clear eyes. Looking at Jing Qin, who had been uninvolved from the beginning to the end, her heart suddenly gave birth to an indescribable resentment. She tightly pursed her lips and her shoulders trembled uncontrollably. She closed her eyes and 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Jing Qin was slightly startled. He didn't know why, but at this moment, his calm and tranquil heart was in a state of chaos. On the other hand, Yu Shu calmly looked at Ji Xingxuan who was at the end of her rope. Once she thought about getting rid of this enemy who had been eyeing her like a tiger watching its prey, she felt a joy that she hadn't felt in a long time. That night, under Shui Rui's order, the officials arrested Ji Xingxuan and threw her into prison. That very night, they sent people to search her house and residence. They must take advantage of this opportunity to end this case. At the same time, far away in the Celestial Commissioner's, Tai Shi Lu, building, the man in red who was feeding the fish by the lake raised his head as if he had sensed something. He stared at the stars in the sky and stared at a twinkling star. His brows wrinkled and then relaxed. He casually threw all the bait into the lake and quickly walked to the building behind him. The next day, Yu Shu, who had only returned to Wang Ji Lu to sleep late at night, woke up at dawn. Last night's adventure had almost turned her into a meat patty, but she actually had a good night's sleep. It wasn't clear whether she was broad-minded or simple-minded. After Yu Shu woke up, she leaned against the headboard and drank some water. She wasn't in a hurry to get up. Instead, she waited for her mind to clear up and think about what happened last night. At that time, everything had happened so suddenly that she didn't have too many suspicions. But now that she had calmed down, she felt puzzled. Why did she calculate that Qin Yuero was going to be harmed, but in the end, it was Axan Lu who suffered the calamity? Xia Jiangmin's dream wasn't wrong. The one who suffered the calamity was indeed the young woman wearing a begonia flower on her head and wearing pink clothes. However, she had used the time of calamity law to calculate that Axan Lu was safe and sound. Yet in the end, Qin Yuero was safe and sound while Axan Lu almost lost his life. She didn't think that her time of calamity law was wrong. If she really had to talk about it, Qin Yuero had personally told her that when the Axan family's old man, who was like a living antique, saw her, he also said that she would meet with a calamity in the near future. That was why the Chinese zodiac with hooves, Axan Lu, had volunteered to accompany her. Axan family's old man was the same as her. Neither of them had seen that Axan Lu would meet with a calamity, but it couldn't be denied that Axan Lu had helped Qin Yuero block a calamity. This was the first time Yu Shu had personally experienced such a life-and-death change. She only felt that it was mysterious and indescribable. Unfortunately, with her current cultivation, she was unable to see through it. Last night's matter poured a bucket of cold water over Yu Shu's head. It also reminded her that easy to learn wasn't omnipotent. The world was hard to predict, so she couldn't be blindly confident. After Yu Shu reflected on herself, she thought about Ji Xingxuan, who had already become a prisoner. She became spirited again. She called for a maid to fetch some water to wash up and opened the doors and windows to let in some fresh air. Taking advantage of the good weather, she wanted to let the sun shine on her body. "Young lady, young master has invited you downstairs." Xiao Dai entered the room with a cup of tea. Yu Shu fiddled with the ends of her hair in front of the mirror. She turned her head and smiled at Xiao Dai. "I'll go down now." Shui Rui was waiting for Yu Shu downstairs. Early in the morning, he had changed into an official's robe and tied his hair into a bun. An ebony hairpin replaced the black veil. He was sitting on a chair with a serious expression. He was flipping through a stack of papers in his hand. When he heard the door open, he turned his head to look. Seeing that Yu Shu's complexion had improved, his expression also relaxed a little. He handed over the papers in his hand and said with a faint smile, "This was found in Ji Xingxuan's room in the female dormitory in the study garden early in the morning. Take a look and see if you recognize it." Without batting an eyelid, Yu Shu took the stack of papers and looked at the familiar handwriting on them. She was astonished. This was written by Jing Qin. How did it fall into her hands? Shui Rui turned sideways. With one hand supporting his head, he looked at her face. "What do you think?" Yu Shu frowned. "If I remember correctly, these were written by Jing Qin when he lost his memory. He lived with us in Huixing Street." Shui Rui hid a smile in his eyes. "In my opinion, someone must have stolen these manuscripts and used them to imitate Daozi's handwriting to frame him. What do you think?" Yu Shu nodded and agreed with him. "I think so too." Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu without moving. Yu Shu innocently blinked at him. In the end, it was Shui Rui who was the first to admit defeat, and he put away the papers before lowering his voice and saying helplessly, "You're such a troublesome girl. You dare to frame me in front of me. I'll turn a blind eye this time, but I won't cover for you if it happens again." Yu Shu laughed dryly. Knowing that she could not hide it from him, she stretched out her toes and gently kicked his boots. She whispered, "Darren, can these be used as material evidence? What do you think?" "Yes." "Then, you kiss me." Shui Rui raised his face and looked at Yu Shu calmly. He was just teasing her. He did not really intend to ask anything from her. Book asterisk book asterisk house, book asterisk book asterisk house, book asterisk house provides TXT download of this book. Yu Shu was taken aback at first, but then, without saying anything, she leaned over and kissed him on the left side of his face. "You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.